Now? I hear... Oh, guys, I see some celebratory arms. Why do I have two desktop audios now? Why? Don't for you guys, okay. I can see two active desktop audios. Oh, for Pete's sake! Right? We have hands. I have hands. Look at this. Hello, hi, hello. Oh my goodness! Thank you for sticking around. Pragmatic Entropy, how are you doing? We'll refund that in a second. Actually, no, we'll get this back on. We'll get this back up and running for you. Oh boy. Hello, Andy. Yes. Yes, we will do a refund because it's better when it's organic. You want potatoes? I want potatoes too. Oh my goodness. What happened? You were there, and then you weren't. I don't even know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened with this. There are a couple of other things I have to go through a couple other things to ensure we are all good. Oh my gosh. Well, hello. I tried to click on you and it gave me the finger. Yeah, my computer gave me the finger as well. I don't know what happened. Like, as soon as at the startup screen, I heard at least the USB disconnect. Something disconnected, and then nothing worked. It seems that things do work. Like, nothing works. Not even the sky works right now. Like, what's up with that? Oh boy. Well, thank you all very much for being patient. As the card said, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. We have sound. We don't have clear skies, but we have sound. Let's see. Josh, how you doing? What's going on? Let's get a couple other things fixed up here.
I am inevitable.
Carlitos, how you doing? Little cute girl, how's it going tonight? It was an amazing day on Saturday. Excellent. Oh yeah, that's right. Andy, you went to the Grand National. How was that? Josh, you've been restacking some 1,200 pre-calibrated subs using the new weighted batch pre-processing. It's been running now since Thursday, expected to be done by tomorrow night. Oh my goodness. Wow. Dang. That's a long time for it to be running. All right. Well, that was a good combo. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It was amazing, but cold. My gosh. Yes, are we doing a cross stitch? It's not so much as cross stitch, it is perler beads. We'll get into that in just a moment. We'll get into that in momentarily. Your crappy renders take 36 hours plus to create, but you hate them, so no one will ever see them. I mean, we always do love to see what work is done, but again, if it's something that you want to keep to yourself, that's cool. But we do like to see things. Okay. What else isn't working? We're kind of going through like the pre-stream setup at the moment. You want it to be worthwhile of others seeing. Fair enough. I can respect that. If if I'm not truly happy with something, it does take a great deal to say, yeah, let's put that out there. Are you running on a 2016 MacBook Pro? Ooh. 2015. Oh, do I hear 2014? Anybody gonna go 2014? Gonna go 2013? 2013? Anybody gonna go 2013 on the MacBook? You have things, but you have never asked to see them. What things, Gandalf? Yeah, hey, hang on, pragmatic. Hang on a second. Whoa. No, you got cool things. We always love to see what people are up to. We always want to see what people are doing. What is your creative outlet? Now, I've tried something.
Potatoes.
I've tried something a little different. Hopefully, this will work. And it really involved unplugging a mini fridge. I believe that may have been causing some issues. So we'll see. Hi, diddly ho! What's going on, SI3D? Good to see you in here. How are things? What have you been up to? What about SLS? We'll get over to SLS in a short little while. Yeah, funny enough, mini fridge issues. I think that it's when the compressor turns on or off in the fridge, it causes this tiny little surge in the power, and my router is hooked up to that side of the room. So we'll see if there's any ridiculous drop-offs or not. Okay, so nothing right now is coming out as double audio. It's still just a regular thing that's going on. Compressor will spike every time. If we never hear the USB disconnect or anything like that, then that would have been the culprit, and I can no longer have a mini fridge in the office. Not that I really used it that much. Like, I had my iced coffee in there. I put one of the ghost peppers in there for over the weekend, but other than that, I haven't used it to the extent that I thought I was going to. So there'll be some rearranging of the office furniture during the week. It's a functional printing day for you, printing a paint tray and working on a wheelchair cup holder for a client. Oh, excellent. That sounds interesting. So if you want to go check out Synapse Industries 3D printing, go drop them a follow on Twitch. Check out their wonderful and intriguing social media. Some awesome things on there. You are most welcome. Happy to share the love of other people and with other people. Yeah, and I do apologize if I'm like slow on the uptake on following on other social medias. It's not because I don't like you. It's just because I haven't clicked the button. Welsh boy, hello. Yes, I saw you before. How's it going? Apologies to those who were in and with no audio, or maybe you're thankful for no audio. Well, also, Death by Muffin. How are you doing today, Muffin? You're woefully terrible at the social medias. These things happen. I mean, how many times you are doing different projects, and it's like, okay, I have Instagram, I have Twitter, I have Discord, I got Facebook, we got Twitch, and it's like, how many different avenues do you want to take? And it's like, sometimes it can seem like, let's focus on like one or two, and that's why would anyone be thankful for no audio? Weirdos. Who knows? Spaceman Dan, hello. How are you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. He likes you, just can't stand Gandalf. That's right. You found out my secret. Ooh, now why is it dropping? No? Okay, maybe it's just it is something like OBS. This happened the other night. Also, I mean, also the fact that we have had like spats of winter today. We can't get rid of it. Andy, you may have won two pounds in one of the races. Excellent. How long does it take for the payout? So today has been a cold and snowy day. You can see a little bit of on the far right. This area is starting to be prepped for the garden. The gardening area is starting to be tilled. It's still a little bit of drainage still needs to occur, but we'll see how that goes in a little bit. A beautiful property. Hoping to get out of your apartment and have a home with some land soon. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. As always, I state that I am very fortunate that we have been able to acquire this house and be living in this area with very little light pollution, which is advantageous for what we like to do, taking images of outer space and sharing our experience with astrophotography and our love of astronomy. When the clouds obviously have rolled in, then there's other avenues that we're going to take to keep our love of astronomy going. And what we're going to continue on with a little bit tonight is try to finish off this Perler cap artwork for many reasons. One, so we can finish the project. Two, so we have a space to work with tomorrow morning. And three, I've actually really been enjoying constructing this. And you know, it's interesting. It's a different type of media, different bit of medium to create the artwork. And I already have some ideas which will require getting a few more different colors, but to utilize some like a moon mosaic. Don't sneeze. I would say, you know, like last night, last night there were some receipts that went on the table and knocked over a few of the beads, so we had to put them back. Also, from last night, I got to thank you guys so much, because we have filled another spike of appreciation, and I really can't genuinely thank you all enough for the physical manifestation of the support and me wanting to do more. What can I do more to show my appreciation, to continue bringing everybody something really interesting and something we haven't necessarily seen before on a stream, and even like some lesser witnessed things in astrophotography. Did I watch the docking today? Negative. I was sleeping. I didn't catch the docking, unfortunately. Yeah, again, if you're on the spike many times, I have serially spiked you. I appreciate it very much. But no, it's what I love to do here, and what I love to do outside of streaming is what I like to share with everybody. And whatever I can do to try to bring some more interesting content and just some, I don't know, more comfy, safe, cozy feelings in the stream, and just chill out, hang out, talk about pretty much anything, really. You know, I am always happy to go way off topic, and at the heart of it, yes, it is space, it is astronomy, it is astrophotography, but there is so much more that we love to do here. And with that support, it allows us to do even more. So I appreciate it. And those, again, you spend time here, that's greatly appreciated as well. You know, it doesn't go unnoticed that I see people who are here night in, night out, and throughout the whole stream, see throwing some messages in there. It is greatly appreciated. It makes me feel like I am doing a good thing out here. Topics, whether off or on, are yours as the streamer. Whatever we end up doing. You know we love talking about food. I love hearing what you guys have for dinner, what other recipes you have. You being here more about time zones and all that, and I understand that as well. And I also think I am very happy to see our friends across the pond who join in often on the stream, even when it is in the early hours. So yeah, I appreciate it. Even if you just pop in for a little bit and you gotta head off to bed. I totally understand that. You got that T-shirt. It's a nice T-shirt. It like already has that vintage look to it. It's one of those T-shirts I don't want to wear too often to start wearing it out. Although I'm not doing a whole lot of running around when I'm sitting here and doing that. You had a kebab for dinner. Ooh. Ooh. I love a nice kebab. It was always the staple working in London. If we were either working late or we would go to the pub after work, it was get a kebab for the trip home. And then also get a second kebab so you can put it in the fridge. So in the morning you can enjoy that kebab without the effects of a couple wobbly pops. Wanders in late. Stream works. Token Otaku, hello. Good to see you. Yes, apologies for that. That's I don't often like to restart the computer as the stream is going, but I could see no other way to get that fixed up. I'm going to I want to hit one more button. I'm gonna hit one more button, and if everything else gets mucked up, then you know it's because I hit this one button. Can we still hear? Is the audio still there? It's usually just extra night kebabs.
I am inevitable.
We're good? You can hear Purple Boy? The audio is audible. This is Audible. Blackstone Audio presents Astro Canuck up the stream. This audiobook is read by Astro Canuck. Folks, how you doing? Good day to you. Good to see you in here. Yes, it is. Or if you don't get a kebab, you get some cheesy chips. Those always hit the spot. That was really good. Okay, all right. I've hit buttons. It was the worst of times. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the blurst of times. Speaking of Audible, get Spock VQ. It's simply brilliant. Really? Do you have links? Otherwise, or put it in the Discord. In the Discord. In the Discord, we love to get suggestions. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Quoting The Simpsons. Ari Deacon Games, good to see you in here. Yes, you caught that. You caught it. You win! Good to see you tonight. How are things? So in our Discord, yes, if Leonard Nimoy and John Delancey. Ooh. When did they do that? In character. Oh my god, that's got even better. I haven't watched any of Picard. All I need to know is Q. Is it worth watching Q again? Things are fine, the normal packing that's going on right now. You said you're moving soon, aren't you? So we got the in our Discord channel, as always. For the quote, you do get immortalized in the Discord. Whether it is, well, it's everything's out of context. You don't know when this happened during the stream. Yes, always. Why is that even a question? I figured I'd just throw that out there. Let's see. No, I saw something. I don't know. Some other little icon moved as we went over to the Discord. May 7th is when United is coming to get the stuff. May 14th, you leave for the border. Well, good luck on the move. I know it's, I feel you for moving. If anything, I would say just stay put. But if you're going to be packing up to new adventures, then go for it. But other than that, I'm generally a big fan of staying put. BRB, gonna make a cup of tea? No worries. I got a cup of coffee. We'll join you in a bit. Yes, every quote now. Now, for every quote that is done, it gets saved to the Discord. Canadian polar bear living in Arizona doesn't work. All right, excellent. Thank you, Welsh boy. Appreciate that. Did I visit? I want to say I went to Arizona once, and it was just, I was like hot all the time.
Water, 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 water. This the water, 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 water.
Home is where I sleep. Is my take on living and moving. Where I lay my head is home. Arizona is not appealing. It is enduring. Thank you for the hydrate, Welsh boy. See, but also you go out toward the west coast of the United States, actually even like the Midwest, like light pollution drops off furiously. It's such a very definite line, and you start getting up into altitudes as well, and you start to get some amazing clear skies because you're getting into you're going above light pollution, and the the higher altitude you can get, there's less vapor, less moisture that you need to be imaging through. Arizona's claim to fame is a hole in the ground. There are some interesting craters out that way, but it's like I said, I went there like once. I'm trying to remember where exactly we went, or maybe it was somewhere in Nevada. I remember going to Vegas and everything just being hot. Land is practically free in the Yukon territory. And yes. Why did Grand Canyon, why did it slip my mind? I remember, okay, why as a kid growing up was the Grand Canyon more prolific in every aspect of life? And then that was right. I was in the top 10 list of things, right up there with Stop, Drop, and Roll, and realizing how dangerous quicksand would be. And it seems that, like, why? I would say grow up, but no, we all do that on a calculator. Although 6 months of aurora is a problem, though. Cold climates equal better imagery. I mean, the more stable the skies can be, that's what we want. I was really hoping in the wintertime we would have a longer extent of clearer skies, because this will not do. Even the forecast doesn't even look that great. Though the wife and you and yourself did go to Meteor Crater, but it's a 4-hour drive. Unfortunately, it was an iron-bearing meteor, and there were some storms coming through, so we couldn't walk the rim. Also, they closed the the rim, they close that area off if there's storms rolling in. I didn't know that. If after 4 hours you're still lurking, you may want to contact a doctor. Symptoms may include boredom, laughter, hijinks, hilarity, flaming mouth. Now, I was, there was the talks of building cities, or at least 2 large astrophotography communities. One in the northern hemisphere, one in the southern hemisphere. So you would live 6 months in your during the dark skies, then head down to the southern hemisphere for 6 months of the longer nights. They close it off because there's so much iron in the area, it will attract lightning. I mean, that's also, if you're at a distance, that's got to be really good for really good for some photography. All right, and I will check. I got that on my watch list now, Andy, for the. Although looking immediately at the thumbnail, I mean, it does feel incredibly clickbaity. But we always hope that the science would prevail over any sort of politics. The 6-month super huge telescope, we will call it shit. All right, kids, come on out. Let's use the telescope tonight. On the south, and one on the south, one on the north, and a radio at the equator. It's shit. Also wind, there's no trees, and the rim of the crater is like the rim of a volcano, so you could get blown into the crater or off the other end. Because you can fit the Empire State Building in Meteor Crater, and there's still room up at the top. So that it is a massive. Love that beef's the name. One other thing I'm trying to do, and it can be done, is I can get it to actually censor my mouth as well. Although, well, we'll see. If you wanted to see your things, where would you put them? We have some categories in the Discord. There is either general chat or general photography. General photography tends to be where people put a lot of the general photography or the general images. I guess I should probably put general images on there. Maybe I'll change it to general imagery. You just do art things you've only started about 7 months ago. More logical than creative, but you try. You know what? It is always good to see what people are doing. You know, I love to see what people are sharing. Me trying to come up with things Utah is famous for that aren't your religion. Monument Valley is it's good skiing if the weather cooperates, which it hasn't been lately. Now, I worked for a company that that was based out of Utah, and I guess some of the images that they had available for stock photography that we could use for our brochures and marketing, it was just a beautiful scenery in Utah. BT Dubs, there would need to be 4 radios at the equator, with one at the top, one at the bottom, and that are in the visual array, and we have. If we could put together the telescope, then I think we have some really good plan on hand. While the crater was interesting, they were extremely overcharging for meteor fragments, something like $5 a gram. What's like the most expensive meteor fragment, you can buy a meteor crater. Meteor crater souvenirs. The gift and mineral shop. All right. I do want to. There was thoughts of taking a road trip out toward Vegas and Meteor Crater in the Grand Canyon, and that was supposed to take. That's supposed to take place probably maybe like next year, but or was it this year? I can't remember when it was. Whenever it was, it's that those plans were like pushed way back. It's some shit, right? I use the Earth as a reflection point. If we're using it for the well, what would we use as the reflection point? It was something like $250. What do they have here? Gift and mineral shop included with admission. So you would actually have to buy admission to the gift shop if you just wanted to go into the gift shop and didn't want to look at the crater. It is very pretty, but if the water situation doesn't get better soon, it will just be Arizona at a higher altitude. It's pretty bad over there, eh? Have I got your permission to use one of your telescope pictures as my wallpaper on your iPad? Andy, yeah, go ahead. If you're using any images for just personal use, just kind of like your own wallpaper, by all means, please go ahead. If you do use the image on anything that I put out online, essentially it's already out online. The only thing I would always ask for is just a bit of a shout out to send people this way, so we can share more astrophotography with everybody. Don't get me started on the air quality. Really, eh? Okay, so it's just good for pictures and that's about it. They got the mock capsule there. You got better pictures of that. Well, they've thrown this. They're photoshopping on here. Well, it's not even that. It's just they could have done a better job. Anyway. Plan your visit. Attractions. Gift shop. I want to see what's in the gift shop. Currently only accepting orders within the continental United States. All right. Well, that's it for me. Genuine moon rock, $129.99. Genuine Mars rock, $129.99. Now there are ways you can go out and look for your own moon rocks and your own asteroid fragments, especially using the reference point of the iron core of Earth as a way to at least explore our own our own Oort level understanding. You posted a space environment you painted, but you're still learning, mostly still doing drawing and painting exercises for your art mentor. All right, we'll check that in just a quick second. And it's especially bad in the winter between storms. The snow cleans the air out. I mean, I would like to hope that more companies will be taking steps toward reducing the emissions. Don't buy any more useless products. You spend enough on Lego. Right now, I don't see any in here. I don't see anything at the moment, unless I would have to go. It's like to want a Meteor Crater souvenir. I would have to go there, and same thing I hold for the Lego architecture sets. When I buy them, is because I would have had to have visited said monument or said location. I like it. Is this all Souvenir denotes having been there, no? Yes. The souvenir in French is to remember. So it's your little remembrance piece. So yes, or even a great deal of things, even if it is, well, yeah, I guess I am kind of digging down to the bedrock of the definition of souvenir, making sure I had to have been there or experienced it in some way, shape, or form. But no, Gandalf, that's really nice. I do like the depth. Post your Instagram, but it's the only space-related thing you have. No, it's cool. Thank you, Gandalf. Thank you very much for sharing. I do appreciate it. Listen, I love seeing what other people are doing, and you know, and maybe someone is like, oh, I would like to check that out. I'd like to try that out. You know, like give it a go. You know, I mean, you don't know if you're going to enjoy anything unless you try it. No, that's good. I look forward to seeing more of your work, Gandalf. Sorry, I'm creeping. I'm sorry, I'm creeping your Instagram. I like that one too. I really like that. I can post a few of the pictures you took of Meteor Crater on your Discord if you like. You just need to know where. That could go in... Where would you put that one? Meteor Crater would... That can still go in general. It's still like a... Or show your images. Either or. Either or will work. Share images are generally... have been the space pics, although it's still technically a space pic. That was good, Gandalf. You spent the pandemic listening to Bob Ross, and you said you'd like to try. You suck, but okay for a programmer. No, okay. You can be your own worst critic. That's cool. Be your own worst critic, because that is only going to push you to try different techniques and improve. But that's really nice. I like that. I'd be proud of that one. I really have the most that I've done for kind of digital painting was the artwork I did for our book on Amazon. But other than that, it's I haven't put pencil to paper in quite a long time. Just get some happy little trees. Tolkien Otaku, not much of a souvenir person. You have a few Disney pins from before they became ubiquitous at the parks, but that's about it. And you know, sometimes people just like the memories of the experience itself, and not maybe, yeah, if you don't want to have the material things, that's fine. That's what everybody's choice is going to be. As Jake the dog says, dude, sucking at something is the first step toward being sort of good at something. These are true words, Green Jenny. Good evening. How are you doing tonight? Not space if the local planetoid exists, or sorry, if the local planetoid exceeds 45 kilometers in diameter and does not share its orbital center with less than solar object, technically speaking. Less equals more gravity, well, physics and something fun. If you could visit an asteroid, but not be guaranteed you would land on it, would you still go? Wrathbanner, hello, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you tonight. So what I will be doing throughout the evening is continuing dropping these perler beads. Now, the interesting thing about these ones is that they have the flat cap on one side, and then just the little holes on there. on the other side. You post after supper since you just joined your Discord. You need to wait 10 minutes. No worries. No worries, Ari. All right. That's the last two for that row. Well, that one's gone. That one flew behind the computer. My favorite memory of Epcot, for example, is the restaurant in the Italian Pavilion. Oh my goodness, the best fettuccine Alfredo in the world. I gotta say, like, for some reason, like, Italian theme park food is actually really freaking good. If you could visit Alpha Centauri but weren't guaranteed to be able to come back, would you go? Now, okay, Alpha Centauri are you guaranteed to at least make it to the star? Like, at this point, are you traveling on a ship or some kind of craft that will get you to the star? Because you can still, like, visiting that, you can still send your data back. How would you not be guaranteed with contact considering the sonotents involved? Gravity wells don't change. But yeah, if you could, yeah, you can still send back your data and still communicate. Although it would take much longer. Perhaps. You're on a busted ramjet, so you'll make it. All right. Then we'll make it. Will I still get good Wi-Fi? Probably not, right? Limits of the fourth dimension would inhibit your comms. That's right. Even the comms would come back all. They would be distorted. Okay. Well, let's suspend
Water.
known laws of physics at the moment.
Water. This the water.
Chaotic Neutral D, how you doing? Good evening. Hello. All right. Now I did put that on a bit of a cool down, so you guys can't make me pee my pants. You'll have Wi-Fi, but it'll be over interstellar internet protocol, so your ping times would be terrible. I probably wouldn't try to play Fortnite while I'm on the spaceship. 210 hertz out in space is super short. Just saying. As long as we can get as long as signals can come back. Is that water? It is. It really is water. I got water. Water in this cup. We got a broken camera over there. We got coffee in this cup. We got hot sauce in this bottle. We're good. If your wife died before you, you would go to Mars with no guarantee, but they would not take me. Water mixed with vodka. And it's just water. Just water. It's just water. Water mixed with more water. Also, do you guys like my today's Ghost Pepper is on a rocket ship. We did get a little rocket ship cookie cutter. Yes, I am 5 years old. Photo of Discord in of your iPad. All right, we'll check that out. Yes, we're working again. See, we have our Ghost Pepper on a rocket ship. I will only eat that. See, now last night we did. Hang on. I got to move my hands here. There are KND. There are rules to the game. I'm not just going to willy-nilly stick things in my mouth. We have to reach certain goals here. We have a life bar for our ghost pepper, and it does just continuously refresh every time we would knock that off, and that is influenced by bits. Oh, why'd you up the bit count this time? The counter, it's going to it's every. Oh, did I up the bit count? Last time it was counting down from 5,000. And this one right now, it's after last night, we almost did 2 ghost peppers. So that's that is the current life bar for the ghost pepper at the moment, which I realized that I could have been really cheeky and just reset it, but why not? Oh my goodness. Well, there is that's one thing I was working on.
Holy potatoes.
Oh my goodness. First of all, why not? Thank you very much for the 1,000. I do this to myself. Oh my. Oh my gosh. We will not judge by emails. Very nice. Well, thank you, Andy. All right. Why not? Thank you very much for the total 1,715 bits. How much for 2? Oh my gosh. I mean, that's its life bar. That's the life bar for it. I guess the fire the rocket. In comes the rocket. The rocket. I feel it does have a nice crunch, doesn't it? Here, one more ghost pepper crunch. Oh, I should have eaten the seeds first. Hi, Alex. Can't help but feel this is partly your fault. I think you're supposed to coat your tongue in candle wax or something first. There's no candle wax that's going to save me from this right now. Why not? This has brought joy to your evening. What might bring you even more joy is because of the 1,000 bits. Oh, it's like stuck in my teeth. of the 1,000 bits, there is the, as you saw, the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. It's actually going to be clear, Josh. Excellent. Blueberry. I know, the bloobs. Oh.
Water, 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 water.
Hydrating doesn't help that much.
Water, water, water.
Oh my goodness. Chaotic Neutrality, it's partly your fault and partly Nori Kitty's fault still. I'm still holding Nori Kitty accountable. You're not getting blamed, just hello, Alex. How are you? No, water makes it worse. Oh. Oh, why is it? It just spreads it around. Why not? Thank you. Enjoy your evening. And also, why not? Thank you for being the first recipient to be impaled on the new Spike of Appreciation. Maybe we'll call this one Spike Lee? Rod Stewart? Roddy. Number 1 for 1,000 bits and also the 715 bits.
This is astronaut Tim Peake. Ask a question.
119. All right. Hydrate is out of stock. It does refresh after a little bit. Roddy Piper. All right. And rod. It's an inanimate carbon rod. Okay. Now, because I'm going to read a portion of Tim Peake's book for the worst cereal in the galaxy, we'll have our ghost pepper peanuts, which is usually one every 50-bit increment. But we mix our ghost peppers with the black cherry and Carolina Reaper. It's not gonna work. It didn't work. Yeah, water makes it a little worse because water doesn't do anything but just spread the capsaicin around my mouth. For the world's worst cereal, or the galaxy's worst cereal. And then we'll read a passage from Ask an Astronaut. Wherever that book went. I'll go over there. Well, that's because of why not. All right. Tim Peake's Ask an Astronaut. Page 119. Why should we blank? No, Nori Kitty actually gets the page. All right. Where's the milk? We don't have milk here. There is no milk. At best, I have time and coffee. That's about all I have. And
By the power of Grayskull,
talking.
I have the mustache.
No. Okay, next 30 seconds. Any question you ask, I can only answer no. I can only say no. While the mustache is active, no's. No answers. What is your favorite button on the International Space Station, and what does it do? I love this question about the button. In the Japanese laboratory, there is an airlock. Do you love your wife? Damn it! Is it Nori's fault? No. No, it's not Nori's fault. Is the snap really 50-50? No, it's not really 50-50. All right. Yes, it's Nori's fault. Yes, I love my wife. And the snap is really 50-50. No lambs, just goats. Just goats. Oh, God. So what is your favorite button on the ISS? I love this question about the button. In the Japanese laboratory, there is an airlock that we use to pass experiments to and from space. This enables us to not only to study the microgravity environment inside the space station, but also to learn about the thermal extremes, radiation environment, and of course, vacuum environment outside the space station. During my mission, oh my goodness. See, I told you it's worse when I talk with the hot peppers. Astro Health there. Good evening to you. How's it going? Good to see you in here. That's what you're doing. No, that's not right. How dare you, Nori, how dare you hack the system? During my mission, we also passed several small satellites through this airlock and launched them into orbit, using the space station's robotic arm. There's something very cool about opening up a door that leads to space. My favorite button on the ISS was the open outer hatch switch. I never lost the fascination of peering through the small airlock window and watching the outer hatch slowly reveal the vast blackness of space that lay beyond it. Pardon me. Everything is fine, focus wheel is fixed, and ZWEAF is working. Congrats. Do you have that, Thor, did you get that little attachment that you had sent me on Discord for your focuser? Because I think I would need to be getting that at some point soon, because I want to get a focuser. As you would expect, we have some pretty impressive buttons on the Soyuz spacecraft too. The really important ones have spring-loaded metal covers on them. It's a bit like, are you sure you want to press delete function on your computer? You know, something irreversible is about to happen, so you better be very certain what you're doing before pressing a button. I'm a big fan of those covers, having inadvertently pressed a few wrong buttons in my aviation career. I suppose that's the downside of having a test pilot's curiosity. In fact, these Soyuz buttons are so important, they are hardwired to the respective mechanical components so that they will work even if there's a major computer malfunction. My favorite Soyuz button was the one that separates the spacecraft into 3 parts. When we're getting ready to enter Earth's atmosphere under normal circumstances, this occurs automatically. But if the crew have a manual backup in case things don't go according to plan. When separation occurs, it is like a heavy machine gun firing right next to your head as dozens of pyrotechnic bolts fire, splitting the Soyuz into 3 modules. Only one of these modules has a heat shield, and if all goes well after separation, it should be the one you're sitting in. Oh, Nori, don't hack the system like that. But thank you. Thank you very much for the redeem, Nori. It's 3D printed, really expensive, but worth the money. Is it like quality 3D printed? All right, page 119. And just because you you fire the flames, you fan the flames. In you go. And my tongue burns, thanks. Oh my goodness. You'll upload some pictures of the mount later this day. No worries. All right, is there anything else at the moment in Discord that I may have missed? I believe I saw Ari was there you go, sharing some of his images from Meteor Crater. You have to admit that you can't see whether it's good quality or not, but when you installed it, it felt quite robust. Fair enough. It feels like the quality is there. Hopefully, look forward to hearing more. Oh, wow, that's beautiful. I bet even the pictures really don't do it that much justice, I would imagine. You really have to be there. But very cool. I got no experience with the 3D printed stuff. I mean, same. I have like one 3D printed element, and it's it's all right. Nothing's falling apart. So, but no, it's the 3D printed objects. I guess it matters. I know there's more people other people in here who do 3D printing, and they're more familiar with materials and what would probably be better suited for different. What's the word I'm looking for? Different levels of execution? No, that's not what I want to say. Purposes? But we're aiming to get as much of this done as possible before tomorrow, so that we have space on the desk, so that we can. I need to get a little. I need to snuggle up. I need to cuddle up to this little bit of artwork, so I'm not stretching my arm out so much, and we can actually get these beads, these little perler beads in. Now you'd figure with the would this work better? Is that easier? That might be easier. Let's see if this does this technique work better. Doesn't feel any worse. You can say regarding to quality and availability, you would buy the same EAF mount again. All right. I do appreciate the insight that you do offer, and I know that you would be as discerning with your equipment as I would be as well. So the one you got is the the EAF that you picked up was the 5 volt, the one that's powered through the USB. All right, I really want to believe that we can have this done, and maybe I can work on my multitasking capabilities at a 5 volt advanced version. What does the advanced version mean? Does it just come as a? Is the only difference with that one the power supply from the 12 volt, or is there more? Is something else that they have done with the with this unit? That's become a little more in tune to what it has to do. No, that didn't work. So for those who are wondering, as I pause and move on to a different item, what is this EAF that we're talking about at the moment? This is the electronic automatic focuser, and it's this little bit of kit that will allow the telescope to, using the ASI Air, the same little Raspberry Pi system that we use on stream, will focus on a star, and we'll do all the focusing for you instead of having to go outside and make sure that the telescope is in focus. Because as the night progresses, the glass is going to shift a little bit. There's going to be some flexure in the tube of your telescope that will interrupt it will readjust your focus just a tiny bit, so you're not always going to have like pinpoint stars throughout the whole night. So with something like this device, you can do your focusing, you can check your focusing, because there have been a couple of times when we've been streaming where I felt the focus was a little soft, but we never really went outside to sharpen things up. It comes with the temperature controller and the hand controller. With the temperature controller, you can say to the AF that it should change the focus every time the temperature changes within like a degree or so. See, I would definitely get the temperature sensor. I do have a temperature sensor for the dew heater, and that will kind of kick things on automatically if it does drop to, if the dew point does get too high, or if it actually does start to get too much, if there's too much condensation. So let's see what it says. Compared to the old version EAF focuser, the main change is the 5-volt EAF is to eliminate the need for a 12-volt power supply. Now you can directly connect it to your camera, laptop, or ASI Air Pro via the USB 2.0 port, and use the cable for both data transmission and power supply. This makes cable management much easier, as well as reducing the need for additional power outlets. Places last bead, and now No! No, I could totally see that happening. Or it's one of those, it's just, I have, there's nothing that overhangs on the desk, but somehow I'll get under this and flip it like I'm mad at somebody we're playing chess with. No. Although that it is, I'm thinking of all the times I don't really bump into my desk. Like, this is going to be the time. Something is going to cause this thing to shake so much. That's the wrong bead. Funny thing, you got the dew heater for the secondary mirror as well, but didn't use it. You're using a flexible dew shield, and it works pretty well. Excellent. So adorable. Hello, my love. Hello, Pookie. You say that. Maybe I should do we'll flip a coin as well. Or at least with the snap, we can't have it land on edge. That's moved. Sorry late, the app wouldn't open. I could barely get the stream running before. It didn't want to work. It was an accurate quote. It's not that out of context. People are going to know. It could also be like your hot take on Marvel. All right, we got some. Yeah, Nick. Exactly. That's exactly what is happening right now. But how you doing, Nick? Okay, looks like it is 4 dark purples. Like 4 really purples, I think. You have so much fun with this. This looks so relaxing. I gotta say, it really, well, you know what? I say for this is relaxing. When the ghost peppers get involved, that's a little less relaxing. But other than that, it has been a very, very wonderful evening, despite our little technical difficulty up at the beginning where there was absolutely no sound coming out. Had to restart the computer for that. But this is our current little project. We introduced this on Tuesday as part of our new streaming days, and I really thought this was going to be a quick thing to do. It was not quick. What do I do on here that ends up being like a quick to do, right? The ghost meter has not reset. Yeah, it's 5,000 out of 5,000 hit points. That's this one right here. That's the, let's go. That's the ghost pepper meter right there. This one is for our next Lego set, plus a giveaway if we do reach that level. And this one is for the sub counts if we... A lot of the overhead camera shots, because we spend more time on this one, we are doing like Lego and crafting. These are our Lego items. Uploaded 8-second video of how smooth the EAF operates. Oh no, Thor! Why would you do that? Why? Why would you? Why would you? No! Oh my goodness, that is like. That's like butter. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's like butter. Oh my goodness. Autofocus or when? Oh my, oh my, oh my. That looks so good. Now, I honestly, that is a great benefit, and I figured that would kind of pair well utilizing the a filter drawer, so that we can, if we do switch filters around. What? Part of Canada am I in? BS Quad Leader. What's going on, Quads? How you doing? I am in the Tim Hortons capital of my office. Welcome in. No, well, I was just about to say B Squad, not BS Squad. Why not? Maybe they are. Maybe they are the shit quad. Is it really? Is it the BS Quad Leader? No. Is it B Squad? It is now. That's it. If I muck up your name, it becomes your official name on the channel. No. Welcome. And for those who are new to the channel, much like B Squad Leader or Quad Leader, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I will up your name like the best of them. But we love to take live images of outer space here in my backyard in central Ontario, Canada, where a bit of like winter has kind of come back. We have skipped summer and we're just right back to winter. Spring, we had like a couple of days of spring. Autumn, we had no reason to get rid of fall, so we're just right back into winter. Will I be going live for the... Exactly. We'll be going live for the SLS test flight. For the... Oh, when they actually launch, not the wet dress rehearsal, but the actual launch itself, yes, we will be covering the SLS test flight for sure. In 1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade in the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one can help, if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-Team. You're on Vancouver Island, you skipped winter.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, good, wonderful, good, splendid. No, wait, wrong accent. This is terrible. We need a terrible French accent that you hear on movies. Yes, you're on Vancouver Island, we skipped winter. Yes, I used to live in the United Kingdom, which is very much like Vancouver Junior. We got the horrible weather all the time. Even this weather is très horrible. We do not like these cloudy skies. We want clear skies so we can take images of the outer space. It is much more interesting than inner space. Right, you must go sleepy sleeps. Hope you have a good rest of the stream, darling. You too. You too, my dear. Take care, Nori. Pretty much like spring all year round. Well, as long if you get clear skies out there, I know there's we're at the mercy of the weather for those who are into astrophotography. It's always a tough go of things. Unless you're into radio astronomy, then you win. That's it. But usually, like we just said, we do like to take images of outer space. We do like to look at the Orion Nebula, as well as the Crab Nebula, also labeled as Messier 1. B Squad Leader, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you in here. So I did switch for the Make It Rain. There was the option before, the possibility where it was either going to rain or snow. And then I changed it to either rain or thunderstorms. I should change it back to snow because we had snow today. Why are we still having snow in like early to mid-April? I just tried to do the Messier Marathon this year. We haven't tried that yet. I think that would be a really good, we'll aim to do something like a Messier Marathon when we have the maximum amount of dark skies. Right now, because we're heading into spring and summer, we're only going to have like a handful of hours with astronomical dark. And plus we're also kind of into galaxy season right now, so a lot of our Milky Way targets are going to be falling behind the horizon. Why are the corners much darker than the rest? Corners of these images? That would just be the vignetting with the whole setup. The mount is go to, yes. Full tilt, mama. Get in there.
Okay.
Appreciate the lurk there, Full Tilt. Thank you very much. For a long time, we almost always got snow in Ontario the first week of April, like for 20 years. Yeah, everyone is always surprised. We want, at this point, we're sick of snow. I haven't even been back in Canada for a full year. And it's like, no, yeah, get rid of the snow. I'll take the cold weather. I'm fine with the cold weather, but it's pardon me, it's still the ghost pepper coming back. I'm fine with the cold weather, but although I'm okay with snow when I don't have to go anywhere. Control Alt Quinn.
I am inevitable.
She's up, Gandalf. Oh, Quinn, how you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. 40 no, 3 yes. It's still a 50-50 chance. It just seems to lean more toward that I don't get dusted, which makes it seem that much more special when it happens. You had a tiny bit of snow here in January. They closed the schools. So okay, for the city's infrastructure, do they not really invest that much in snow plows and snow removal? It really feels like the UK and Vancouver they just don't operate well with snow. Pretty good, just relaxing. Excellent. We're overall chilling here as well. I have been what I thought was going to be a quick little art project to create has taken can you do a favor? Can you send me over the one you have on mid-screen photo, please? Which one is that? The our background image? When we are this image behind? I'll see about getting something. I'll be getting adding some wallpapers to the just the like free wallpapers of what I feel are wallpaper-esque images. So we'll be adding those in the next little while. You go to bed now. Good night. Good night, Thor. Take care. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Yes, we are working on our perler cap, our little perler design, which will look like this unless I muck up some of the beads. But just kind of chilling with that because I want to get this finished so I can clear the desk off for tomorrow's stream when we are continuing and most likely finishing our build of the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. The Android. Send you over the one you have on the mid-screen photo. One of these? You wanted to get 40 so you can remember for your research working on a sample size of 10,000 that reduces the standard deviation to an acceptable for scientific hypothesis. If you genuinely do have some findings on that, Gandalf, I know somebody who would be incredibly grateful for that information. And that would be the developer of StreamerBot. Because all that information, or if you're just having some fun with it, then have some fun with it. All right. The colors on here. Like I said, I was imagining I could have got this done like really quick, but apparently somebody, not going to say who, it's me, talks too much. And that it allows me to become easily distracted with whatever I'm doing. And I think I may have found a good way to start placing these a little easier. This seems to be working a little better. Is this arts and crafts? One of those to put in the oven. It is arts and craft where you use heat, but this one we have an iron that you'll that you melt the back plastic, and then the whole thing should stick together. I have an iron. We'll see if it works. It should. I was talking to my mom. You see her as Bubba Zelnik on here. She didn't need the iron, and I made doubly sure because I didn't want to take her iron away. She's like, "Where am I gonna go to iron clothes right now? I have to iron my clothes." Okay, fine. So we'll see how this goes. But usually, some of the other designs they are open-ended, so they all go on the pegs. But these ones go in between the pegs. So you can make pixel images with cut of these from a 3D printer. Essentially, this is just large-scale pixel art. This one, the Batman version, is three of these tiles high. This is the tile that we use. It's 3 of those high and 2 wide. So Batman is going to take a heck of a lot longer than this one will, and I got to figure out when we're making we will be making a Batman at some point, where we're going to store it, where it's going to, because I can't with Batman I cannot hijack so many streams with building more of those. I'm having fun with it because computer's random and not really random. It is basically frequency based. When 9/11 happened, all the random number generators started to align and spit out the same numbers, just like exploiting the fact and having fun at your expense. If that's what I'm here for. Expense away. So you can program a robot to do this just using JPEG information. Essentially, yeah, it is. This is you boil down to it. It's all just pixel art. Same thing. What I enjoy about cross stitching as well, and creating those as intricate a design as possible with such a low resolution. Red Phoenix, thank you so much for the follow. How you doing tonight? Thank you. Welcome into the observatory. We're glad to have you in with us. And once again, for those who are new to the stream, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. Now, I love to share my love of astronomy with you as often as possible, and sometimes it manifests in the form of some creative art. And it has been very, very chilled times with this set. And I'm really enjoying this, and already looking forward to what other pieces of artwork we're going to create, and already have an idea of what I want to do for something that we won't have a pattern for. I will have to kind of create our own pattern, and that'll be interesting. All right, that one is like really yellow. So we got like 3 levels of yellow, 3 shades of yellow, 3 shades of purple. I think 3 shades of blue as well, but no shades of gray, thankfully. I ever thought of making new images from JPEG images in low res to high res in your vision, like making just like my own kind of artwork? Yes, indeed, I have. Like, I already have an idea of what I want to do with. I'll have to see what colors are available from the perler sets, but I do have some mosaics, some of these ideas that we do. Now, what I have done as well of artwork that's my own creation is, do we have the tab open, or do I have to go to the tab? I have to go to the tab. Right over here for the patterns in pixels, it is cross stitch artwork that I created for our Easter set with the xenomorph egg and the face hugger crawling out. It's so pretty, meant the perler. This is pretty too, right? One of our cross stitch patterns that you can purchase off of our Etsy store. But monster is adorable. It's a decorated alien egg. And this took a while to create. But again, that's something I would like to do possibly in I would definitely love to do something like this in a perler set. It would be massive, but I think it'd be really cool. So things like that's what we love to do for sharing artwork and sharing space. And there is some other sets that we like to create. And these are all just patterns that can be downloaded, but they can be easily converted into any other kind of medium that we do in the Lego, either with our dots or with the perler set, which is like it's starting to take shape with the color. I'm liking that. You're back. Hello, welcome back, Ari. I don't know if you saw earlier post in the Meteor Creator pictures. I did. Sorry, I guess you obviously had stepped out for dinner, but those are some awesome shots. I was saying before, I would imagine that it doesn't do that view justice by looking at the images online. Although it looked awesome, it was tremendous. But I definitely do want to take a trip to Meteor Crater. And also swing it over to the Grand Canyon while we're there, because you may as well. It was a little more, not of pertinent plan. But it was kind of to hit as many areas around Nevada and Arizona as possible. Your iPhone 6 is a bit dated. You didn't bring your real camera. But even then, an iPhone camera still looks really good. All right, Muffin, you got to head off. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Always wonderful to see you. Take care of yourself. We hope to see you tomorrow for our Lazy Sunday Lego build. We still have our plastic bags to crinkle for you. But if not, take care. Have a wonderful weekend. And we'll see you next time. All right. Where is the next Purple Falls in line? All right, we got that. Lens on your Canon DSLR is better, although a little bit of a better sensor. But it is still really cool what we can get out of mobile phones. What kind of detail we can get. Now, obviously, the larger the sensor, the more information you can spread out. And like my webcam is a DSLR, was originally my imaging camera for astrophotography, but after putting it into semi-retirement, we figured we would. Pragmatic Entropy. Thank you very much for the 200 bits. All right, Andy, you're going to go to bed as well. No worries. Take good care of yourself. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon, my friend. Pragmatic Entropy, thank you very much for the 200 bits. On to the Pillar of Happiness, Spike Lee. And for you get an extra peanut. First time being spiked. We'll drop in an extra peanut there for your first time on the spike. How many bits for a nut? Every 50 bits, we eat a ghost pepper peanut. And then there's some other bit levels that will give people incentive for hotter sauces. You will be on tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Andy, take care. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow for our continued build. See, and how many bits would it take for you to kale salad? Oh my goodness. Many, many, a whole bunch of bits for a kale salad. Oh, we can have some grilled chicken with it. Perfect. Oh my goodness. Savage. Oh. How's it going, Red Phoenix? Oh my gosh. What about ants on a log, but nuts instead? Like doing the ghost pepper peanuts with peanut butter and celery? That'd be delicious. Maybe it could be for the 500 bits. We do like the world's worst snack and just incorporate incorporate ghost pepper peanuts in there. Loving the art. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us, Red Phoenix. This is overflow from our Tuesday stream, which I thought that I could get this done in like one stream. Clearly, that is not the case. World's worst snack. Well, the right now, at my resources, it is for 500 bits. It is the world's worst bowl of cereal, which utilizes the hot sauce covering the moon cheese bites. So it is nice and tasty. But as some may have seen earlier tonight, for 1,000 bits, you get the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. And that is the hot sauce with ghost pepper peanuts. So we are essentially doubling, almost tripling down on the spice at times. Twisties, how you doing? Sadly, it's cloudy until 11 o'clock tonight, so no observing for Astro Printer and yourself. Ah, that's no good to hear. We're in the same boat right now. Clouds everywhere. Even the forecast isn't looking good for the next little while. Maybe Monday might, if the hours will push back a little bit, and possibly like maybe even if it starts at like midnight, I'll at least get the telescope set up and we'll do some imaging Monday evening. We'll pick a target and add some more data. I do have some other ideas that would constitute as the world's worst snack. Honeycomb with ghost pepper, chili, and grapefruit. You'd get the sweet and spicy, but the grapefruit would add a weird level of tartness to it, wouldn't it? That'd be the grapefruit. I wonder about what would the citrus do in that situation. And I'm not saying like the world's worst snack, like orange juice and toothpaste, nothing like that. Like edible with flavor, but we do add spice. We bring the heat. I had your 14mm and 135mm lens all packed up to test focus. All dressed up and nowhere to go. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Unfortunately, not getting the imaging time you want. Gandalf! Oh my goodness. He couldn't stand up being on the new Spike. Gandalf, thank you very much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Warcried. Thank you very much. There you go. On to the new Spike of Appreciation, the Rod of Stewart, the Spike of Lee. What other spikes do we have? The Spike of Jones. At least you retain the 10mm. 10mm, Peter. So it would be good to see what kind of images you can get with that 14mm focal length, because that is going to be like supremely ultra wide field. I wish I could help him. I could help keep him away from the. I could grab onto him and pull him away from the black hole. That would be a level. How could I get that level of interaction to work? I don't know. But thank you very much, Gandalf. There you go. The latest and greatest and favoritist person on the Spike until the next piece of paper covers up, and then they're the new favorite. But yes, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Warcried. Let's see, we need not purple, and then a whole bunch of 2 dark purple and 2 light purple. The 10mm is the socket that y'all lose. See what? Okay, didn't catch that one. I thought something filthy about 10 millimeters. But wait, hang on. Wait, we'll go back. We'll rewind. Where did the messages even go? You had your 14 millimeter and the 135 millimeter lens all packed up and ready to test focus, but at least you could still retain your 10 millimeter socket wrench. We can overdo it. We can overdo it to the point of hilarity. That's how it works, right? That's how comedy works. Am I using the right purple? Yes, I am. I'm going to say yes, I am. Oh no! It just rubs salt in the wound. I'm sorry. How dare I? Death warped over. Wait, I gotta drop this bead. Let the bead drop. 11 months of resub, sweet squid of Madrid. Oh my goodness. Death, thank you so much for the 11 months. Sweet squid of Madrid. You're thick-skinned. We're all good. All right. I would never mean to purposely insult someone. No, wait, and accidentally? Now, sometimes I'll purposely insult people. Very rarely. But Death, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub of 11 months. Let me make sure we have some nice fresh receipts so everything sits nice and flat. But greatly appreciated.
I am inevitable.
Nothing. There you go. More data for Gandalf. Pragmatic Entropy, you are receipt number 3. You are receipt number 3. There's the first 2 from Why Not, and then you were number 3 on there. So it's still top 10. Still top 10 members on the fresh spike of appreciation. The Pillar of Happiness, the Rod of Love. Now where were we at with these colors? Top 10, the top 3. Top shelf. Do you keep all the old ones in case of gratitude audit? I do. I do keep the receipts. The other ones sit back there. And this will be added into the pile. And I do not take this lightly. I'm very grateful. My sincerest gratitudes for everybody who has contributed. My deepest heartfelt thanks for those who spend their time in the stream. Now, to be fair, that was also Nori Kitty spamming the lowest printable amount and just being generally awesome but hilariously annoying. But it's just the yeah. The old ones had a better sound file. But yes. Oh, also, oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. I'm sorry. I just noticed that we have reached our lunar lander set. So tomorrow, oh, we're gonna do a giveaway of a Lego set. We're gonna have a Lego set to give away because we've reached that goal. All right. So for those who are here tonight, you get a sneak peek of what we're going to be giving away. We're going to be doing a giveaway tomorrow for a Lego Wolverine mech set. Okay, this was one that was potentially was almost originally scrapped, but then they put it back on the list. So we will be doing a giveaway for this set. And yeah, we will ship wherever it goes, wherever we need to send it out. We'll share that with you guys, and yeah, we'll have that giveaway being done on stream tomorrow. And my bit rate has gone to tank. What's happening here? We're losing. No, we're back. We're losing? We're back. What's happening? About. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. For the Wolverine mech armor, which, I mean, I do love the Wolverine minifigure in there. So we'll give that we'll do that as a giveaway, and we will be building one of these eventually on stream, but for now we will be giving that away. Have I acquired Lego branded monetization yet? Has any Twitch entity contacted you about making it apparent that this might be an option? I did look at what some requirements are for being like brand ambassador, but it is there's some, you have to essentially be when you getting shaved. We're at 324 out of 400, but that's also lasting until the end of the month. But all right. That has conked out. What is happening? What is happening with OBS? Where's my bitrate going? Unsure why. It seems to be going. See, here's what I want to. Is there another window in OBS that I can find out what is happening? What is going on with the bitrate? Because we are tanking. Have we leveled off? Is it stabilizing? I've become too popular, and the CRTC wants their cut. No, no. All right, you refresh. Oh my goodness. Nope, don't cheer. I mean, the ghost peppers come back, and now it's tanking again. All right. Let me see. Am I having some problems with internet? What is going on? It's all the coronal mass ejections. Seriously, what? Where can I get the? Spoke too soon. I know. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Internet. What's going on? At least the power's still on. Yours was out for about 2.5 hours today. Oh dear. It has buffered several times in the past 5 minutes. Internet connection is fast. Baloney, it's fast. All right. Okay, it seems to have. I mean, we said it before. It was stable. It was stabilizing. I don't know how long it's gonna. Hopefully, it's just a slight hiccup. Has the weather changed? Refresh because you're something like 2 minutes behind. Hopefully. Refresh again for a 30th time. I appreciate the refreshes. I apologize for the inclement weather. Okay. We can barely see. Well, 5 to 8 seconds now. All right. Is So Adorable still in chat? Let's see. I can barely see. Okay, we can't really see the red blinking light, so I'm wondering if the weather is actually getting bad outside. You're good now. Hello, how's the weather outside? My outdoor camera isn't showing me much. Dark. Is it snowing? Is it cloudy? Is it hazy out? Is there anything that could possibly be mucking about with our internet tower? No, I'm not going to make you get up. I'm not going to make you get up. I'm going to assume because I can't see the red flashing light or we can barely see the red flashing light out there. Okay, no. You have a cat. You have cats on your lap. You are exempt from doing anything. You do not have to do anything. All right, it looks like things have stabilized. Sodium, you really do need to get up. Fair enough. The weather is all my fault. It's all my fault. Sorry. I'm sorry. The best I can say is I'm sorry. The salsa just turned up. So Adorable is in the act of collecting all the cats right now. Pretty soon, she will be flattened by the copious amount of kittens. What an adorable way to spend your evening. Oh, okay. All right. It looks like we've had some increased time of stability. I was kind of getting worried there because I never quite know when the internet might pack it in. So far, everything seems to be going much better than it was before. All right, let's chalk that up to a little bit of a hiccup that won't really muck things up for the rest of the stream. We'll have some smooth sailing, some nice beating. There we go. And for those who are new to the channel, I welcome you in. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully our weather holds up. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you as often as possible. Whether it be in the form of clear skies, we're doing some live imaging, or doing some astro-related art, or doing some image processing. Which I said we are going to do a little bit of image processing tonight. We'll see how we get on with things. I'm still becoming familiar with PixInsight. So 200 more bits and you have your health back with ghost peppers. The ghost peppers, that's 4,800 remaining in the health. It's out of 5,000, so it decreases. Better not tell your wife that's what I call beating. She has opinions of what beating is. Well, okay, well, they're perler beads. That's the best I can say. Do they call them beads? No. Wait, yeah, beads, right there. Beads. What's going on, CJ? How are you? Yep, they're beads. They're counting them as beads. You thought it increases. Yes, it is like it's like defeating a boss, as it were. So you make that ghost pepper weak enough, and I'll stick it in my mouth. I'll eat it. Twisties is a few hours west of me, so really the weather is your fault. You've been buying too much in anticipation of your observatory getting power. You're a bit sleepy, but you'll hold on for a tiny bit. Stay with us. But go to bed if you have to. Well, good to see you, CJ. Hopefully you're having a good weekend. Wonderful to see you in here. we are. Like I said we're trying to get. I want to say we would get this finished, but how many lines have I finished tonight? Like 2.5. It's not like it's looking. It's not that it looks bleak, but it sure ain't moving quick. Because I do want to get this sorted out. Before tomorrow, so we have space on the table. I have to find a spot in the office to put this. Otherwise, I don't even know if you can partially. I should see if NASA has a robot to do this. Imagine we could have the. Well, I mean, it probably could. I'm pretty sure there's somebody who would rig up a device that would pick the beads. Although these ones do have. There is like the. There is a right and wrong side to these, as it were. These ones have the flat caps, so you have a nice well, image without a whole bunch of little holes sticking through it when you're completed the project. But I mean, essentially, this is all still pixel based, so yeah, I can't see why you couldn't. Maybe if it was the other ones that would just go on the pegs, it would work that way. Jigsaw, what's going on? How are you doing? Good to see you in here. How's your weekend been? Wonderful to see you. The CMW, how you doing? We need to pick your brain. What is the closest star to our own? We have it is a 3-star system of Proxima Centauri. We have well, we can jump over here for a quick second because, well, you know, that's how we roll. Now, it's mainly visible from the southern hemisphere. But we have Proxima Centauri, which is approximately about 4 light years away, well, 4.2 light years. And then there is also the wrong command. There's also Proxima. Oh, sorry. It's a satellite. Then Proxima Centauri. There's a 3-star system in here. Yes, that is one of the stars that are nearest to us. But mainly visible from the southern hemisphere. Could we ask what makes a parsec a parsec? A parsec is a what's the word I'm looking for? It is a compound word between parallax. It's a compound for parallax second. The parallax meaning the how much an object moves when you measure it based off of all the background or foreground stars. So if you take a picture of Proxima Centauri at one,
I am.
Oh no, it hit the goat.
Holy
Don't
potatoes.
hit the goat with lightning. And but then we have some goat kebab. Yes. Goat curry. Thank you. We need a clarification on a trivia question from an expert. Well, glad to help.
water, 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 water. This the water, 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 water.
Hemisphere astronomers have never seen Alpha Centauri. And there's many targets within the southern hemisphere that we, or many targets in the northern hemisphere. I always like to lord the Big Dipper and the North Star over our southern friends, because, well, I mean, you want to be able to have the good star for polar alignment, right?
Astro Canuck, you will find 1 credit for violation of the verbal morality statute.
The hell? All right, Deacon Wife. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciated. You are number 5, I believe, on the new spike of appreciation. You passed it on. Wonderful. Appreciate it. Stream, a little bit of stream chaos. All courtesy of CJ until someone refunds CJ his points. Punky Brickster, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow today. Welcome into the observatory. Southern friends have the Magellanic Clouds. That's true. And they have Centaurus A, as well as the you got the Carina Nebula. I mean, there's some awesome targets in the southern hemisphere. But I mean, also at the same time, we have some pretty badass targets in our area. Okay, all right. Looks like it's a bit of a bonus nut night. All right, Deacon Wife, thank you so much for the 100 bits. 50 and 50 make 100 plus 1 of a bonus nut for you. But we got some new. Oh my god. We found the chip nuts, so they stay together, and it's much easier to dole out the nuts when they're in chip nut form. Thank you very much for that. Bonus nut nights. Yeah, they still burn just as much as every other regular nut. You got a smile. Glad to put a smile on your face by putting nuts in my mouth. We are working on our Perler art set. And they have Omega Centauri. Must see that someday. A incredibly large globular cluster. Like, we think that the Hercules cluster is amazing. That didn't sound right. Just saying. Oh, sorry. Omega Centauri. Does that sound? That's better.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, it's this mustache. Oh, I'm starting to like this one. It's a little more fancy. Yes. I can feel, oh goodness, you can see the sweat building up on my cheeks. My goodness, there is so many hot ghost peppers. We did have an entire ghost pepper earlier in the night, and this health bar is for the ghost pepper. It doesn't reset, so it will what's the word I'm looking for? It'll overlap from stream to stream, and that way, whenever it goes down, it will stay at that level. Oh, what'd you clip? What did I say? Am I not listening to myself? They still burn just as much as every other regular nut. Yeah. They still burn just as. Sounding Nigel Thornberry, smashing. Maybe a slight bit of inspiration from overdoing it with the posh British accent. I'm not immune. There is no immunity to the ghost nuts. All right, I think we're... Have I regained composure? Probably not. Have I regained control? Definitely not. Oh my goodness. Pardon me. All right. I don't want to say that we're not going to get this finished. I will have to find a place to put this thing.
Water, 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 water.
Hey, Ma, how you doing?
Water, water, water. This the water, 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 water.
We'll take a little bit of extra water. As much as it doesn't really help with the burn, but at least it keeps my insides lubricated. Pardon me. But how you doing, Ma? If we submit to the lack of control and we just let it do its thing. All right. You tune in. I'm coughing. It's the ghost nuts. Clearly, your son doesn't know not to stick ridiculous things in his mouth. Well, good to see you tonight. How has your weekend been? Quiet. It's been good over here. It's been a nice evening. You know what else will keep your insides lubricated? Taco Bell. No, that's for the inside of your trousers. All right, what colors do we have? Not purple going in here. But I was so excited when we were living in the UK and there was a Taco Bell going in Colchester. I was very excited, and I gotta say, they maintain consistency across the ocean. So I'll give them kudos for that. I can hear the wife laughing at that from across the house and the bite me coming. It sounds like a wonderful relationship. No, it really does. All right, it's now we're getting into the stage where it's pretty much all color that is going to be added in here. So it's really going to hopefully just look that much better than it has with just a larger swath of dark beads. Now we need a not purple, a less purple. Which again, did I think this was going to go quick? Kind of. But then again, if I start rushing too much, what if I drop a bead? I've already dropped one. Maybe we should have like a bead count loss. Dark purples. So far, we've only lost one. Shidohari, it's not going to go quick. Remember what happened with the Lego challenge last night? Well, you know, live and don't learn. That's how you stream, right? That's how it goes. How are you doing today? Now, I don't have that type of distraction redeem on tap for tonight. Fine, in a couple of streams tonight. Well, I appreciate you popping in. I know there are a great number of people on Twitch that are wonderful to hang out with, so I do appreciate you spending time here. You know what? For some reason, CJ, you reminded me of things that I haven't adjusted on the stream. And actually something I didn't even have ready for the stream altogether. All right. That's fine. All right, that's pretty much all I needed at the moment. Drop game will be on tomorrow. But we did yesterday. We did get to a one of our sub goals to stop everything and build a Lego set, and we did construct the Razor Crest mini fighter or micro fighter, in which we did enact the drop game where we had one gifted sub come out of that night. But it'll return tomorrow in full force and completely frustrating and scamming people galore. Now, I was thinking about enacting it on Tuesdays. We'll see how that would progress. It's tiny, it's minute, tinsy, very small. It is macroscopic. Yes, it's teeny tiny. It's just one macro fighter. Just have a taste of the macro fighter. Are we? It looks like pretty much halfway through. Halfway through, and it's taken how many streams? Oh my goodness. All right. So I guess we could. I would have to say that these would essentially be like legacy projects that we would come back to every now and then, or it just ends up being how it is right now and just being a very chilled kind of stream. That is too dark and yellow. 7, always 7, always 7. 7. We got 3 of those. We have a really yellow, and then a
Holy potatoes!
and then a gold. All right, the incredible concentration of a potato. I have the concentration of a potato. Super concentrated potato that is choking on his own ghost pepper nuts. Oh my gosh. All right. We're good. We're good. It's good. We got coffee. We're fine. We're all right. Pardon?
Water, 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 water. This the water, 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 water,
water. sometimes I feel like I'm being set up with the hydrate, where it's make sure he drinks all the water, and then here comes a ghost pepper. Tropical Geek, what's going on? You smell like a potato with ghost pepper spicy nuts. Still from yesterday. Yes, we got wildly distracted yesterday, and we had to stop everything and build a Lego set. So that's that kind of seems par for the course. I'm hoping to get it done so that we can have things cleared off for tomorrow for continuing our Lego build. But well, we know how things progress on here. But good to see you, Tropical Geek. How are things? How has your weekend been going? Doing taxes favorable, or is it just, even when I would whenever I do taxes, even if I even if I don't owe anything, or if they're sending me back like 5 cents, you know what? That's 5 cents they don't get from me. Things progress in sevens. Things progress in sevens, and events happen in threes. I slept all morning until a friend called hysterical over his taxes, still organizing data. Oh, so you're not doing your taxes, you're doing your friend's taxes. Well, that is very good of you. Unless you do accounting and then, well, you know exactly how to score them the most, right? Or at least the least penalized. Sorry for being extra spicy tonight. No, there's meh. I mean, things have been spicy over here as well. I can still, my mouth knows there has been something hot in there. Like, I still can feel the remnant of the fresh ghost pepper. No, you're doing mine. He called you over his, went to do his at a place. He got some unexpected information, so he was fuming. The unexpected information that comes so close to when is the due date for taxes in the United States? Is it the same as Canada? Is it like the end of April? Next week. Mid-April. 15th. Or is it 15th for us as well? When are taxes due? April 15th or the first Monday if it's on a weekend. Okay. Canada's last day of April. All right. Well, I would say for what I liked about taxes in the UK was essentially they had everything all mapped out. But if you wanted to get to check what your if you have a return and adjust your numbers, you'd have to go in and do it. Otherwise, they would just send you your refund or a notification of what you would owe. 2 and a black one. But there was also never real instructions when we moved to the UK about how taxes worked. And to be fair, I think people aren't too clear on how they work over there anyway. Usually it's April 15th, not this year. It's the 18th. Sure, I got we all have nuts on the brain apparently. Well, although if you get a nice return, you might not. Doing taxes in the States is a complete and utter mess. I have never heard anybody have a good time doing taxes in the States. Does it all seem so convoluted, then they just make up rules and regulations as they go? Like, even like midway through. You're halfway through doing your taxes, and it's like, well, we just discovered this new way that we could bilk you out of some more money. We're all nuts down here. It seems like, all right. Like the fact that even like for some of the online taxes or the here TurboTax, there was always a new version every year because they were changing so many bits of information. 1, 2, 3. No, let's see. No, that's the right. Oh yeah, oh, there we go. Not purple. The software that you use still updated yesterday. Then how can they expect that people will, or do they just, is that their game? Just muck things up so it just seems so frustrating. Why does something like that? Why does it seem so difficult to do taxes when it's like, you know, we're not the ones you really gotta heavily tax here. You get like a mere pittance from the mass majority of people. If you were a conspiracy theorist, except there seems to be some truth to it, Quicken has lobbied to make it so complicated to change enough that a new version is required every year. It just seems, it doesn't feel, well, I mean, it's you're doing a chore. How many times has it been tax season? Everybody's like, yay! Anna and I have a stressful 2 months ahead without worrying about the taxes. Well, hopefully taxes will be the least of your worries. You can concentrate on what you need to do. Hopefully it's not too stressful at a time for you both there, Jinxo. But I also hope whatever may be stressing you guys out, that you can, yeah, get through it. Hold your heads high. And I would want to say that we're going to get this done, but I don't know. I think I have to find a safe place to get this one sorted out. But you know what? It's I don't want to say this is a different type of relaxing versus Lego. This whole build has like an entirely different kind of flow. You got 2 months to vacate the current house you're living in with Anna's mom. Due to the house with Anna's mom, due to the house being put up on the market to sell. Oh, 2 months. That doesn't seem like. Did they give you longer than 2 months, or is it just the? I know packing up is stressful at the best of times, I guess. That is absolutely true. Intuit lobbies hard against bills to create autocomplete forms. I mean, it should. There's got to be a simpler formula for fighting with taxes. Is that like, what color do I need here? Uh, 2 months from tomorrow. Well, hopefully Hopefully, Jinx, so that all. You found out it's 2 months. What you found out is 2 months in a week. Hopefully, you can get. I'll have as little stress as possible doing that. I know it can be. I know it's incredibly frustrating moving, and especially on a short time scale. Reducing the use of your.
Grayskull, I have the mustache.
It's this mustache. You're deducing the use of your house for work and deducting it half internet, half electricity. That seems good. I don't know if that is something I could do over here, but it's always the possibility of what we can use for tax deductions. 2 months is the minimum amount of time a homeowner can evict someone in Canada. It just seems that there should be at least, you get some, maybe 3 months. And I have applied for 4 houses and looked at 2. Well, hopefully you get the houses. Hopefully you get they say yes to you, Jinx. So. You bought a house with a tenant already in it and had to evict them so you could live in the house. And it was, so that's where you, and there's also where, I guess, getting the solid information. And you basically get these, you basically get the info from, I guess, by experience, essentially. All right, just needed to try to test something there. There we go. Haven't heard anything yet, but we will see how they go. But in the meantime, we're slowly packing things up and organizing the rubbish. I get the one benefit of moving is at least that you can kind of start to you really pick what ends up being important, what you want to keep, what can start to go out of collections. And I guess especially if you're moving overseas, you really take a long look at what do we want to keep. You know, it's just a good opportunity to pare down, not like just fully just chuck everything. And even then, you can donate things if possible. Or there always is Facebook Marketplace, if you're all right with meeting with some interesting folk. I put a couple things up on Facebook to sell and stuff like that. I found Facebook runs hot and cold. Like there are sometimes I'll put an item up and sure that it's gonna go, and then it just sits there. It sits there, and then you put up some other items, and it's like an incredible seller. Moving sometimes makes you get rid of things you regret later, too. I think if there's one thing, or at least one collection I do feel bad about getting rid of, was a great deal of my Star Wars collection that I had as a kid. Actually, no, tell a lie. Not so much as a kid, but as like a teenager. And some from as a kid. Just the amount of effort that went into amassing that collection. If I could have maybe done something else with it at this point. You know, even saving it for younger family members. Oh yeah, it was pretty sweet. But hey, I was moving overseas. I didn't know for how long. Didn't know what was going on there. So, but still, that is a small inconvenience compared to how like everything else goes. But yeah, they end up with doom boxes filled with all the stuff you didn't feel was important, but you still had to get out of the old place. We have a few of those. And then it's like it sits in another room, and I know it's in this box, but you've moved contents so much that you just can't confirm what is where. So then you gotta like clear everything out. As a kid, you had the Millennium Falcon and the AT-AT. Oh, I had I guess what was the Power of the Force? I guess the sets that were released in like the late 90s or so, where the had that AT-AT. I know, but it still hits the feels. It's some of the figures like I had like my first Star Wars figure was a Scout Trooper, and it's the one that like I kept, and I had a Rancor as well. I used to feed the Rancor monster Doritos. It loved Doritos. You had your parents helpfully pack your Lego collection when you moved to the last time. They basically shoved everything into one box. They even collapsed the Lego boxes. Oh no. You don't collapse the boxes. You keep the boxes as pristine as possible. Not that you're going to throw them all back in the box, but you never know. You want to keep the boxes in as good shape as you can. Dang. No, I like to keep as many of my Lego boxes in good a shape as possible. It worked out well because packing up from moving overseas, some of the sets would actually just slide right into the box with very little deconstruction needed. Like the Infinity Gauntlet, that thing fit like fantastic into the box. I just had to take off just like the skirting on the bottom, and it just slid right in. Admiral Quack, Grand Admiral Quack, how are you doing? I am doing very well, thank you. Glad to see you in here. How are things going with your builds? So the one box you have the 2002 Imperial Star Destroyer, the Dagobah X-Wing, and 2 Lego Technic Space Shuttles, and the Millennium Falcon, all in one box. Just was everything sorted out? Doing great, doing good. Can't wait for SLS wet dress rehearsal. I'm looking forward to that as well. The what's the date we have on that for the wet dress? They need to do, well, not they need to do it. They want to have that organized as soon as possible, because that is going to dictate when the next launch is going to occur. So yes, the wet dress rehearsal, we may or may not cover watching that, but we will definitely be watching the actual launch, the first test launch of the SLS. So what do we got here? I had the link open before. So NASA delays crucial Artemis 1 moon mission test to April 12th. Or they hope to wrap up the wet dress rehearsal on Thursday, the 14th of April. So once they're done with that and they get everything rolled back into the VAB, it will determine when they're going to do their test launch, when they're going to send the Orion capsule around the moon. So hopefully it won't be too much of a delay. So if all goes well with Artemis 1, Artemis 2 will launch astronauts around the moon in 2024, and then Artemis 3 will land a crew near the lunar South Pole in 2025 or 2026. So that is that's going to be very, very cool to check out. Gives you something to do on stream when you get moved. There you go, a rebuild. And oh my god, I probably need to do a rebuild as well. What do you think of the Skywatcher Star Adventurer 2i? Yeah, you need something for your DSLR for tracking. B Squad, I would say if you're unlike me and you're patient, I would say wait for the Star Adventurer GTI, because that is a go-to unit. Same size, same weight capacity. but you can use the small little. You can use it as a go-to. So no more manually pointing with the Star Adventurer. Although, flip side of things, I think it is also very valuable using the Star Adventurer in the manual mode. And I think it is. It helps you become more acquainted with the night sky. But at the same time, there's more time that you need to use for picking your target and framing things with your camera. Is there a release date for that? We first saw the GTI, the Go-To Star Adventurer, a couple months ago that it was announced, and I think. Let me double check or check on. No, it's even if I did ask a couple of one of the vendors, and they didn't have a firm date because until Skywatcher officially announces when they're going to be shipping, and because a lot of products have had delays with the with shipping, unfortunately, that kind of comes down to the answer of Skywatcher AZ GTI mount. Yes. No, wait, the AZ. No. There's the hang on. See this one, the Star Adventurer GTI on the on an equatorial mount. I haven't heard anything recently on the release. I should see if who's a good one to check out. They usually OPT will have some information on there. Nothing at the moment. But I remember seeing this in it was in one of the catalogs a few months back. So hopefully around the summertime, but I can't say for sure on this one. But if I'm going, not if, I do want to get a Star Adventure. I do want to get a tiny little mount for, because we have some DSLRs. And I think this would be perfect for doing like supreme wide field views and just a little side mount to use. So I think that would be a perfect little companion if you have a small refractor, perhaps. What's up, Sam Shung? How you doing? Mount. Have I seen the Back to the Future car? I have indeed. It's in the wish list. It is on my aspirational sets to have, because you know what, this is like the ultimate nerdy pop culture geeky like part of my childhood Lego set that we could easily work that in. We do have an 88-bit reward as well. You know, someone who got it when released, is it Zukia? Or, well, I mean, it seemed like a very small batch that was released. And the lucky son of a gun. Very, very awesome of Disaster Doe picking that up for him. But yes, there is a plan. We do have a plan with Zukia and El Taco Meat, depending on how budgets and release dates go. But we would like to do a possible fun stream with building some different versions of the DeLorean. But we'll give more information out on that as time progresses, or as regresses, depends on who gets a DeLorean next. But definitely want to add this into the collection. What we will be adding into the collection now that we have hit some goals. We will be adding the Rocket Launch Center, which is based off of NASA's SLS. So this one will be added in. I will keep an eye on the next gift with purchase when we're going to be building that, and that will fall in line with the build for, or when we're going to have the test launch for the SLS. So I think that would be a really cool set to acquire. And because tonight everybody is so incredible, we have hit our goal for the Lunar Research Base as well. And this sprung to the top of the list mainly because there is 2 times the VIP points that come with this set. And that just means more savings for LEGO when we buy our next round of sets. So maybe some of that will go towards the... And that's why you don't put LEGO underneath your nostrils. But yes, this is and this is all part of the LEGO City for the Artemis 1, so kind of based off of the moon, the Lunar Research Base that they do want to eventually put on the moon. So this kind of works in conjunction with some other sets as well. So we got that sorted out. The next little bit of telescope kit that I do want to pick up is a automatic focuser, because there have been too many times when we've been imaging where the images kind of look a little soft, as it were, where we don't have as sharp a focus as we could with our scope. So if we have a device that we can automatically adjust our focus and keep it nice and sharp throughout the whole evening.
9 forward, 40 feet down, 2.5, picking up some dust. 4 forward, drifting to the right a little. We copy you down, Eagle. Drifting, Tranquility Base here.
All right, if
Eagle has
the
landed. Roger,
if the base is going to be at the lunar pole, are they still going to need the solar visors?
We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
The poles still get a little light. There is a little bit of tilt with the moon that will still receive. Even if something like that, we'll have to see how widely organized they're going to be. I haven't looked into too great detail of how much where they want to put things on the southern pole. You can blame the focuser when you miss focus. Exactly. If we can take away as much of the variables as possible, i.e. me. Diatoms is streaming the moon, envious of his clear weather. Me too. My goodness. What's everybody doing with all this clear weather? There's so much clear weather. No, but it's good. I love that more people are taking the initiative to share images of outer space. And if it is our moon, you know what? Our moon is a fantastic target to image, because you know what? We don't always, we see the moon. We can see the dark areas. We can see that mare. But as soon as you turn a telescope to the moon, everything just comes into view, and it looks so incredible. I do need to find a tweet that I saw earlier today that I thought was really, really interesting. But we like to image the moon every now and then. So yes, when you can turn your gaze to the moon and see some more details in the craters. With the crater rim, the ice never gets sunlight. I think they were planning on putting it very close to the crater they discovered the H2O ice in, as it never gets enough sunlight. Exactly. So you go after... That seems like a very good place to put it, especially if you want to go along some of the mare, some of the more level ground, the basalt deposits. That's basalt, not bath salt. Do you think SpaceX is planning their own space station? You got so much heat in SpaceX Lounge about the EVA stuff happening. They swore SpaceX wasn't coming up with an EVA suit, but you fully believe Tesla and SpaceX are doing a space station or some sort of space living area. I don't know. I can't say for sure, but you know what? The way how Elon Musk moves, it wouldn't surprise me if they were. But no, it's if there's anything like you could almost speculate, and if you get that earworm in Elon's head, and he sees a tweet like that, then he'll probably think, yeah, why not? Let's go for it. You got a 100 to 400 millimeter lens for wildlife. You want to try one on the moon. There are clear nights we've had on new moons, and it was below the horizon. Now, 100 to 400 millimeters that's really good for looking at the moon. I don't know if I have one of our images of the moon from when yeah, there we go. That's the moon at 270 millimeters, almost close to 300 millimeters for the moon. And that's just a single shot. So you can still get some good detail on the moon at that focal length. I think they are, at least as a gateway to Mars. He really wants to. It seems Elon's obsession is indeed Mars. It's just the difficulty of maintaining life on Mars. He wants to send something by 2028. You think first attempt will be 2026 with the planet slingshot method? It'd be interesting to see. Is this that's cropped? This is using there's the full size image. Now we're using a square sensor, so it really is just the moon just kind of fits within our field of view. So that's at the 200, and I have to double check the focal length on that. It is a reducer on there. That's using the Skywatcher 72 ED with a 0.6 reducer. And the ASI 533 MC. 1-inch sensor. 1-inch square sensor. Moonshots from Diatoms are pretty sweet. You have to take a peek over at Diatoms in a minute. So yeah, we have the square sensor. So there's the square sensor size that we have. That we utilize. What do I think of Axiom Space? I think it's for the first all-private mission that's gone up, and the fact that they are doing experiments in space that they want more information on is, I mean, it's only a good thing that more people are trying to see what life in space will do to humans, because eventually it seems like we need to eventually be a spacefaring civilization, or at least an interplanetary civilization. Now, you really want Axiom Space to happen. I think if people get past the facts, it's all millionaires, it'll go better. I mean, it obviously, space isn't cheap. Space is hard. Space is expensive. So it's, it is going to be the deeper pockets that are going to go up there, but hopefully it is the deeper pockets that want to better things here on Earth and just understand more about what would happen in outer space. Got to lurk, but you get so giddy talking space without it as you love it. Well, yeah, I do too as well. I do too. So Grand Admiral Quack, we are always happy to talk about space, and you know what? We have our focus of I say focus, but you know, it's been very slow going with this one tonight. However, at the detriment of talking about outer space, always happy to shift back to that. No space communism. What was the Fuel depot. That's why they're raising the launch tower at KSC compared to Boca Chica. I know there's a lot we won't see in our lifetime, but it's also to know that landing on Mars is a huge possibility to see, and that would be incredible to witness interplanetary travel in our lifetime. Uh-oh, there goes the internet again. Why do I... Okay. Steady. Steady, OBS. Steady. All right, good. I saw something recently that was like we've revealed our locations to potential other forms of species in the universe, despite the late Hawking's warning not to do so. The fact that we've sent out that radio signals are just propagating outwards in all directions for the past 200 plus years. Gibbo182, thank you very much for the follow, Gibbo. How you doing? Fine. That's more acceptable, CJ. Yeah, Gibbo, good to see you in here. Thanks so much for joining us. We always love to talk about astronomy. We love to talk about astrophotography and seeing what people are imaging. This is one of our earlier images. When did we take this? This was a few months ago. This was our smaller telescope looking at the moon. But we also take a look at the moon in much greater detail. You know, we give the moon a bit of a bad name sometimes, or the moon has a bad rap as it gets in the way of imaging. However, you know, when you turn the telescope to the moon to purpose, you get to see some awesome features. And looking at even the size of the craters, you have the Tycho crater, which is about 94 miles in diameter. So as tiny as it may seem, even in this close-up view, you know what? These are all very large craters. And recently I did see this, who had imaged peas and rice? I saw someone they had an image of the moon, and they resolved a crater that was 1 kilometer. Which one? Oh, I can't remember who it was. I thought I had it saved. I thought I had it open. But they resolved it in the looking at the moon, looking at a kilometer wide crater being resolved from a ground-based telescope, and you can really see why we can't resolve any lunar landing positions. And it's just you're going to have better luck with using the images from Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter to be able to resolve some of the man-made objects that have been placed on the moon. Now, where are we at? We're coming to hour number 3, and we are just over halfway completed this portion of our Perler set. I think I'm definitely going to have to eventually find a safe place for this one. But the coming stream on Tuesday is going to be the stream we're going to have on Tuesday.
Holy potatoes!
The stream we're going to do Tuesday will include more gameplay in the form of Kerbal Space Program. There'd be a little less crafting because it can be for the Astro's Potpourri streams. It can include gaming, it can include crafting, it can include some type of art. So we will shelve this for a little bit, or maybe we'll I don't know. This does need to be completed. If the length of faffing about has been any indication, then it is it's going to take a while. It's going to take longer to do this than it does some of our Lego builds. Our atmosphere is like having Vaseline on the lens. it is just for this image of the moon. We did take video, and with the stacking process, it'll help get rid of any of the wibbly wobbly air that you can, our atmosphere that you can see. And oh, sugar lumps and weasels, I did get rid of the videos. But when you look at the video, when you look at video of the moon, you can just see just everything like almost boiling. But I guess we haven't resolved craters on here that are like a kilometer wide. However, when you look at the Sea of Tranquility and where the Apollo 11 landing site is marked, these two craters here, to give you an idea, these are 6 and 10 miles across each. So to find something that is like a few meters in diameter, you know, or like, you know, a couple dozen feet, a few dozen feet in diameter, you're not going to get that resolved on pretty much any ground-based telescope. If anything, you'd need, I believe it was Third Rock Astronomy, he was saying you need a 95 meter wide telescope to be able to start to resolve some finer details on the moon. So it's always a difficult time with the moon and planets. However, when we do get into planetary season, we are definitely going to be taking some video of Jupiter, of Saturn. I will take the reducer off the telescope, so we will be imaging at almost 2 meters in focal length. So we will get a closer look at some targets, get a closer look at the moon, closer look at planets. I'm looking forward to getting that enacted and assembled on the telescope so that we can start to get some more interesting images coming through. All right, looks like we got some... Oh, no, not that one. So yeah, lots of plans that we have for future use of the telescope and different targets we want to have accessible. Can't believe you haven't asked this yet, but what is your favorite planet? Ooh, that is a very good question. Easily not copping out saying Earth. That's just too easy to answer. Sorry, I just had a slight panic that I put down the wrong color like everywhere, but I didn't. It's got to be. Most people would say Saturn. I mean, Saturn looks like it looks amazing through a telescope. It looks incredible on like in our images that we've shared. But Jupiter has been one of those targets. Pluto is a planet. Careful. But no, I enjoy. I guess I love Jupiter for the sake of that it keeps us safe for millions of years. It'll help us go long stretches and evolving. But just the whole structure and seeing the images that have come out of the Juno spacecraft from the roiling clouds and the depth of some of those clouds in Jupiter is absolutely incredible. And to see and also to be at a time when we can see the Great Red Spot, that storm, this raging anticyclone, is only a fairly recent occurrence on the planet. Same thing with the rings of Saturn. I mean, we're at this sweet spot in this epoch that we have the interesting rings of Saturn. We have Jupiter, to be fair, does have a ring system. We have the Great Red Spot on Jupiter. And just the fact that we are able to see these, because the rings of Saturn will eventually either dissipate or be accreted back into the planet itself. The Great Red Spot will eventually die out. Mars will eventually become a ringed planet. but that's still not going to be for another few 100,000 years. Not a planet, but Callisto is cool. I mean, some of the okay. To be fair, a great deal of the moons are much more interesting than some of the planets as well. Jupiter is indeed our big brother for sure. Soon in the I say soon. Old Neener, good evening. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you in here. Little baby Pluto is still a planet in your heart. Now, I grew up knowing, well, having the information that Pluto is a planet. However, information does change almost on a daily basis within the realm of science. And I think it is also important that we do accept that it's not that it's wrong what we knew before, it's just that the correct information has been updated through rigorous research. Boz Bailey!
Oh, okay.
Get in there, stay warm in the beer. I'd appreciate the lurk. Soon, soon, trademark of space. Hopefully you're keeping well, Bailey. Good to see you in here. But we are having a very chilled time, as usual. This is run overtime for sure. Definitely. 100%. Many times over. This has added some more time onto this creation. But I like how it looks. I think it's a really cool form of art and crafting. There you go, just lining things up. Blue, black, black, yellow. Light blue. Well, hopefully everybody's doing well on this. It's Saturday, right? I was going to say on this Friday evening. I'm like, no, it's not Friday. It's not Friday. We are rolling into Sunday. So that does mean tomorrow morning is our Lazy Sunday Lego stream. We'll be continuing and possibly concluding our build of the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. But also tomorrow, because we have hit a goal tonight, we have reached this goal right here of the lunar base. Pardon me, the lunar lander base. But we're also going to be doing a Lego set giveaway. And that is going to be the Wolverine mech armor, which we will ship to wherever it goes, whomever wins. That'll be tomorrow. And I will say that we will do the giveaway midway through the stream-ish, but you do have to be in it to win it. So maybe within the first hour, we'll do the giveaway. So then that'll be starting. Stream starts at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and we will be drawing a giveaway for the Wolverine mech armor. One of the new Lego Marvel mech sets. Doing good, chilling after a long ass work week, watching the broadcast. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Old Neener. Hopefully your sky conditions might be a little better than ours, but this is what we're dealing with. Crummy weather, and it's just been... Winter has almost returned. Why I decided to do that, I don't know. Michigan Wolverine, I have... Now, because I did like Wolverine, I still do like Wolverine in the comics. As proxy, I have many Michigan Wolverine clothing paraphernalia. Oh, that's an orange. Orange? No, orange, black, orange. Did I ever watch a Michigan Wolverines game as a kid? No. However, right. I did cheer for the blue and gold. Honestly, it's like spring 2 days of the week here and only briefly at sunset. The weather's all over the place. It's been so frustrating. Even trying to coordinate a time with some clear skies has been very difficult. I mean, I could probably... Here's what we're looking at right now. I can probably refresh this and we'll get a bit of a different forecast. And yep, sure as this is starting to edge into closer to midnight. So hopefully, maybe even Monday night, we may get some clear skies available. So that would be, even if it starts at like midnight, there may be a better chance that I'll just get the scope set up and pick a target to image throughout the night. And then we'll kind of do that. We'll aim to do some more image processing, especially when I get, if we get some projects done and underway and under our belts, so we can at least have that time available to dedicate to image processing. Although I am still not complete. I by no means have I become an authority on Pixon's site. However, I still don't have enough knowledge in that processing program to do like even a half-assed bumbling through it. So I feel I do need to get at least another week of understanding and comprehension of the program Pixon site, so I can better bring that information to you. And where is this one? All right. This sounds cool as. Here's sending good wishes for Monday. I hope so. I'd like to at least put the scope to purpose. All right. Peas and rice. All right. We got two different colors. I think I've been putting the wrong colors in here. Oh boy. No. No, boy. Okay, Carlitos, you're going to say goodnight? No worries. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Always wonderful to see you in here. I think I may have been putting the wrong colors in. I think. Or maybe not. Oh, maybe not. All right. Take care, Carlitos. Have a good sleep. We look forward to seeing you again real soon. I may have mucked around with the colors on here. BRB, need a coffee? No worries. We are coffeeed up here. Okay. All right. Hang on. Some image analysis. No, I think I might leave them the way they are. Okay, these kind of pale purple things look pinks are more in the fantasy Saturn, the ringed planet set. I don't think I have to worry too much about those. All right, those look like those two should probably actually be pink. Yes, no? Hang on. because the way that I'm sitting, I'm kind of using a combo of the box and the pattern. But it's also backward. If I flipped this around, I could look at that one better. Okay, it looks like these two actually need to be the pink. This one is red. That one's red. So I need one more of the kind of the pinkish. If that makes sense, if that pleases the court, I will adjust a couple of these beads. And maybe this will still look good when we get this finished. But I think this is definitely going to be a longer construction than I anticipated. All right, we have regular purple and 3 not purple. And it seems for something like this, I wonder if I could get this tilted at a bit of it now. So if I start tilting this at a bit of an angle, then it's not going to show up as well on the overhead camera. You know, forbid that it favors me to be able to see it. No, we need you guys to see this. Otherwise, it's just not as interesting, no? All right, so we have purple, not purple, not purple, not purple, and then a pink. 2 purples and a pink. I'm getting ahead of myself. No, sorry, not getting ahead of myself. I'm not paying attention to. I'm over anticipating what beads need to go in here. There are sometimes I feel like all of a sudden it's like, yes, let's go, 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 go. But also, why speed run this? Don't need to feel like we're in a rush to create this. It's chilled, it's calm, it's cooling, it's relaxing. It's what I like to do, to be able to share some astronomical art, and also give this as a bit of an introduction to creating some of our own pixel-based art with some space images. And we have quite a library of images to call from, but I already have a couple lined up that I want to do. I think the only thing I need to get ready for that is purchasing the proper colored beads that I'd want to use. Although, seeing how they use just any color, and they can use this color scheme, makes it look very, very interesting. All right, red, and then an orange goes in there. But I like now that we're kind of getting into the section where there's pretty much just all nice, colorful beads. Orange, black, pink, pink, black. Orange, black. Or not pink, it's more like a fuchsia. But again, there are some colors in here that are like very close, and if the lighting isn't that great, then as I quickly grab the beads, maybe we don't pick out what the correct color is. But I do think, yes, that is fuchsia. We'll go with that. It's the easier one to. Fuchsia versus red is a couple of colors that I have missed. Right, fuchsia, black. But like skipped not an entire line, I skipped an entire section over here. Yeah, the fuchsia, black, not purple, purple. May as well just make up the color names as I go. If if you had a daughter, these would be clearly distinct. Well, I have nieces. I think I need to introduce them into the frustration of creating artwork with Uncle Tom. And just call everything by the wrong color. Just see how long it takes before it's like, I don't want to do any artwork with Uncle Tom anymore. He doesn't know the colors. Uncle Tom is saying colors wrong. Please, make him stop. To which my brother-in-law and sister-in-law will tell them, you can't. You can't make him stop. Uncle Tom is an annoying juggernaut. You need to mold. Did I get that right? Yep. Uncle Tom doesn't know the difference between lavender, lilac, violet, and purple. He keeps calling them not purple and kinda purple. Are we gonna fail school because of Uncle Tom? Yes, children. There's a very good chance. Or your teachers will laugh hard enough and they will realize that, oh, that must be your uncle. Like, whoop, they're hanging out with their uncle again. They come up with some new creative words. Neither does this uncle. What's going on, Uncle Bill? How you doing? Good to see you tonight. Magenta. Magenta. I'll call magenta magenta. I've lived in the CMYK world for quite a while. Black, black, black. All right. How's your weekend going, Uncle Bill? I don't think. No, they don't. They just. Well, they should provide at least with some extra support. But hey, I am not in charge of the education system. Dark purple and less dark purple. And 3 less dark purples, yes. They don't even seem to have letter grades. I remember when I went into high school, I was so disappointed that the letter grades didn't match up with letter grades on TV. And largely because the vast majority of TV I would watch was American. And obviously we don't have the same education system here. So when you would get your marks back, you know, A, B, C, D, and D was essentially just the worst. They wouldn't give you anything lower. Actually, no, to be fair, sorry, tell a lie. E. They would do E's, but no F's. They gave no F's when I was in high school. What do we got? Another... Wait, hang on. Ruh-roh. Pink. Oh, that's right. 2 blues, a not orange, and as a red. Not orange and a red. Yes? Yes. Blue, not orange, and a red. Not even parent-teacher conferences now. There's only student-led conferences. Really? I always get the horror stories from teacher friends about the parent-teacher meetings. Old film photographer, so yellow, cyan, magenta was your RGB for years. I think it's going to be hard for kids when they get into the real world where you can just get fired. I think you need to be able to prepare them for some sort of disappointment. LEJ, what's going on? How are you? It tonight goes fairly well. It's been very interesting with trying to get this completed, but I think I'm on an uphill battle on this set. And it is largely due to the fact that I don't shut up, and there has been some distractions tonight. So I think we've regained focus, so we can at least keep going with the build. But how you doing, Ellie? How's your evening going? Gibbo, welcome back.
Holy potatoes.
How do you take your coffee? All right, drinking coffee makes the potato disappear. Forget it, none of that. No coffee whilst there is a potato. But wonderful to have you all in here tonight. It is rainy day astronomy, although I should probably say that we have it's been snowing today. We've had like little blizzards all day. And we're right now we are at 0 degrees Celsius. It's still, the weather is all over the place. Strong with milk. Depending on the brew, I'll sometimes just drink the coffee black if it is a really nice tasting brew, or I'll do it with cream and sweetener. You like yours with Bailey's and half. Ooh. Well, that's a good combo. When Christmas rolls around, there is a lot of coffee with Bailey's in it. Not to mention that there is still a lot of rum and eggnog, but still, there's just for something like the taste of Bailey's is that a little festive. Right, I need to mark where I have, a couple of these other blues. It's just instant coffee, too broke for the fancy stuff. I do enjoy instant coffee as well. Now, if I am having like coffee grounds, I will do that in a French press. And it tastes completely different than when you run the coffee through a filter versus the French press. Snowing, yes, it was bananas. It was ridiculous. It was actually cold here today, cold enough that we had you had to use the fire most of the late afternoon and the evening. It's bananas how the weather's going all over the place. Like, I think in the next few days, we're probably getting up to 19 degrees Celsius, and then a day later down to -2. So the weather still hasn't made up its mind. You try to disappoint your kids often, B Squad. AeroPress greater than French press. I am unfamiliar with the AeroPress. AeroPress coffee maker. What? It's coffee made on an airplane. All right, explain. We'll never filter coffee beans. It tastes pretty bad to you. I gotta say, for the first time I made a French press coffee. I found the taste was like completely different from what I had done in the filter. But what does an AeroPress do versus the... All right, I'm intrigued. What is the benefit of this? See, I've also had coffee. I've had like from a maca pot on the for the espresso, and it has almost like a sweeter taste. What does an AeroPress do? Please enlighten me. Ground coffee goes in, water goes in, pressed down into the mug, and that's it. Is like, do you let it steep? Do you kind of let it? You let it marinate for a little bit. Pink. Back. All right. Is it because of the pressure that's created that it extracts more bean juice from the brew? You have to use one, not AeroPress, but a really old school thing to pump from the top. Oh, is it like those big, and it would just... it's the chocolatey go-go bean juice. I found Keurig coffee is best for yourself anyway. See, I want to... Which is the coffee thing where you have like the reusable cups? Who has those? Is it Keurig? Is it the K cups that you can get that are reusable? Oh, a couple more lines are done. I know, right? Not a Hobbit. How you doing tonight?
Hello, hobbits.
Keurig is K cup. You both. Okay. What we're looking for now, I don't know if anybody has had any experience with these machines. I want one that will do coffee, will do the reusable cups, but we also want to be able to boil hot water to make tea, like an all-in-one device that's going to satisfy all our caffeinated wishes. Does such a device exist? We want like an all-in-one, so we don't have like multiple devices all around the place. Yeah, Hobbit doing very well tonight. Yeah, like you said, we do have a few more lines completed. But I don't think I don't know if we're gonna get incredibly far on this one. So we may have to find a safe place in the office for this before we can move over to our build tomorrow. I have a few mates that went to the United States and they said the US makes the worst coffee. So I also think it comes down to the roaster. You know, you got to take time with those beans. If you do not pull the little thing, it's going to boil the water, you presume. See, like Mrs. Canuck likes her coffee just a temperature below molten lava, or her tea. You can get the espresso machine that has a hot water tap. All right, a variety of teas for the Keurig as well. You get multiple devices around the place. Speaking of which, you're gonna go stick one of those little devices up your tuchus, and you're gonna go to sleep. No worries, CJ. Wonderful to see you. Get some rest, my friend. We'll see you. Hopefully, we'll see you in the morning for some Lego fun. But just don't stick any Lego up your backside, sir. Put the tea on the little bin. Your kettle has a thermometer and is based an RGB based on temperature. It is the morning. You and Nori Kitty with your technicalities. You can hear birds. Do you have my board? We need to make sure that the boards are not going to cause problems. We've had too many boards. Just flying around, pooping on everything. Too many boards. Alright. I get a bad coffee here in Australia and all hell breaks loose, maybe because you pay $6. $6 dues for a cup in some places. Oh my goodness. Alright, yeah, okay, that's for six Aussie land dollars, I would expect like gold laced coffee. It's burying itself in my finger cleavage. Tip of the day, Amazon can do reports on things you bought last year. Like you can wait, how do you can do reports? Like you can write your reviews a year later. Just go outside with the 8-inch dub. Did a sketch of M51. Not a lot of detail. Once the dog is set, you try your 25mm eyepiece instead of the 30mm. Don't expect it to be that much of a difference. Well, oh yeah, I would imagine you're going to see a discernible amount of difference. However, just being able to increase your level of zoom will help out with viewing some more details. In your account under orders, there's reports function to spew out all you bought. Good when you itemize, like you need a list of Amazon purchases or books for school. Well, that's good that you can have that the search function in there. And also then they have like the button that's like conspicuously placed saying buy again. No, I'm sorry, I don't need to buy this again. I used it once. I don't need it again. Let's see, two of those, yes. I also like how you look at a product and you maybe pick it up, and then all of a sudden Amazon thinks that you are going to be a collector of dehumidifiers. You're going to have this like burgeoning collection of all these devices. It's like, no, I just needed one. Amazon, thank you, please. Please chill. Blue, two blues. All right, I don't know how this one is going to go. Actually, no, I do know how it's going to go. It's going to go very slow. As efficient as I would like to be with this. I think that we're going to be running out of evening, I think. As long as... All right, good. At least I'm looking at at least I'm comparing both of the right lines for this. Because I could see, like, I'm looking at, I'm looking at this here. And then it's kind of following along with the previous line, but I'm always, well, you've seen how I've built Lego sets, and I've missed, like, a couple of steps. And we got to go back. At least this one, it's not, like, locked in place. I'll have to, I will, double check. Maybe even half check. To see if it all looks the way it should. Before we iron this whole thing out. And make it a permanent piece of art. And where are we going to stick this thing? I don't know. Somewhere. Somewhere it'll be nice and colorful. Google grass seed, and now you get tons of grass seed and lawn care products on Facebook. Happens every time, kind of gives you the creeps. That is kind of unnerving when that does happen. And annoying too, because it's like, I'm just I'm just interested in seeing what where I can get this. It doesn't mean that you need to keep reminding me of this search that I did. It doesn't mean that we're going to make this a... we're not going to make this a thing, Facebook. Please stop trying to make grass seed happen. It's not going to happen, Gretchen. I know there's like other browsers that people say that work so much better than Chrome, so much better than Firefox, and then they come with their own host of issues as well. Like, whatever happened to just having one browser? Everybody's got to do their own thing. Well, Firefox is fine. You use 8 browsers. 8 different browsers. You do a lot of troubleshooting in different browsers, though, don't you? Chrome is spyware. I mean, the fact that even Microsoft as well. I signed in on my mom's computer a while back, and then I turned on my computer here, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's her desktop. Why? Why do that? You just use Netscape. Is there any other browsers? No. What's up, Diatoms? How you doing? Good to see you tonight. I hear you were looking at the moon. You were mooning your viewers tonight. I can do that too. I can moon you guys. We can moon you. Wonderful to see you in here tonight. So did you still have clear skies, or did the clouds thwart your viewing? Toying around with the history and just for work. If you like Chrome, you can use Chromium, which is what Chrome is based on. See, to be fair, I don't know why I like certain browsers. Like I like what features have been advantageous to me. Clear for another hour, but you probably didn't have another hour. I mean, there are some devices that you can buy that will let you know for sky quality, and at least so you know in the immediate time what you're going to have available for some clear skies. But I've also found recently, maybe it's just where I live, that I am having such inconsistencies with the weather over here. Like right now we're at 0 degrees Celsius. It's cold again. We're going to get up to like 20 degrees Celsius in the next couple of days, next few days. And then it drops. I've been partial to Firefox. And it's largely because like the mass majority of I have been logged in and have all my browser all my bookmarks saved within Firefox. However, on my phone, it's Chrome. So why I can't consolidate those browsers across the phone so I can at least... there have been some articles I found on the phone that I keep forgetting to bring over. Here so that we can share those articles. All right, you got to go. No worries. No worries. Gibbo, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And welcome in. We do look forward to seeing you again, especially when we are doing some live imaging sessions. Those do crop up at a moment's notice. Like I said, I was saying the weather forecast hasn't always been in our favor. So when we get those opportunities, we will. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we are back with our continuing build of the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. We have some other Lego redeems and a drop game that you can play to win yourself a gifted sub to the channel, if possible, if you land in a favorable position. But that's what we have in store in the next, in the next 11 hours. We'll be doing our regular Sunday stream, and always enjoy the Lazy Sunday Lego stream. And not that everything has been like ridiculously busy or hectic, but you know what? It is nice to unwind with some Lego builds. In 11, yeah, 10. It is 11 p.m. right now, so 11 hours from now we are back. I'm not going to be streaming for the next 11 hours. No, not streaming. No marathon type stream. Although I did see one time there was the possibility of starting really early in the morning with some good weather and then rolling into the Lego, but unfortunately, that wasn't in the cards. I was kind of looking forward to that. Unfortunately, yeah, that didn't, weather didn't pan out. But that's not to say that it wouldn't be a possibility in the future. Like, I will try to be as flexible as I can with our imaging stream. Tomorrow, as in tomorrow's stream. We're still on the side of Saturday for other people who are in here. It is already Sunday for them. Well, some of them even Sunday morning. Birds are chirping and everything. Coffee and hot peppers should help with a marathon. Well, we got the coffee. We've actually had a hot pepper. So it's we've hit many a heats tonight. But we do have the perpetual life bar for a ghost pepper. If that reaches 0, then we consume another ghost pepper. Toppings can include cheese, pate, fancy mustard. Make it taste good at least. If I'm going to go through something like that, we are going to have some delicious flavors encapsulating the rip-roaring heat that will come with a ghost pepper. Hey, excuse me. There you go. Thank you. Well, I am on the lookout for other hotter peppers. Just, because my local grocery store doesn't seem to carry anything with more heat than a ghost pepper. So, short of sticking 2 ghost peppers in my face, that really won't double up on the heat. You agree on the flavors. I won't do like something. I won't just like sit there and eat a ghost pepper. There's nothing fun in that. If I need to get some kind of enjoyment out of that. No Mexican places. Not that I have explored. I would assume if I probably go find a more worldly grocery store or perhaps like somewhere else specific. You will send hot sauce if I send you ketchup Pringles. Methinks that sounds agreeable. Is there an H Mart there? An Asian supermarket? Can't say I've seen that. I'd have to do a little bit of Google. Astro Caleb, what's going on, sir? How are you? Good day. How are things? Glad to have you in here. How's your weekend been going? That's one that is a really orange. Right, we have a really orange, a blue, and a purple. And we do have, for Asian supermarkets, we have a chain called Oceans that run around the Ontario area. they may be a good bet. I think that's a... Where are we at? A purple? That's a purple. There's the purpliest of purples. Search online, you'd be happy to assist. You got nice packing and sending a business across. Exus! Keep well in the beard, Exus. Good to see you in here. Hopefully you're having a good weekend. Thank you so much for the lurk. Greatly appreciated. Wrath Manor, you have returned. Welcome back. Good to see you. Well, those who are lurking in the beard, I appreciate it. There are snacks down the stairs, and in the upstairs lounge, there is some cold beverages available for you. We are continuing what I have deemed my emergency completion of this Perler set. This is part of our Tuesday streams, which is severely overflowed onto Saturdays and also Friday. But there are other art sets that we have, and there's other things that we're going to be doing on Tuesday. This Tuesday, we will be probably doing the last few lines of this. Maybe we'll see where we get to, and then we'll do some Kerbal Space Program on Tuesday. Jump back into that because that has been a long time away from KSP, and I have completely forgotten how to play, so that's going to be pretty fun to bumble through that. You like the lurk in the beard, eh? I've seen a few people using Homer for the lurk, but I figured where can we stick Homer? How can we utilize the beard a little more? Y'all can party in my beard. You can hang out. Chill out and still listen to the stream. Plus, it's nice and cozy and it's warm and it smells great. So I figure, why not? Why not hang out in the beard for a little bit? I appreciate it. And as always, lurks help the Twitch world go around. It is a wonderful low-calorie way to save to support your favorite people on stream. And that one is like my purple. So yes, I am grateful that you picked this stream to lurk in. Because who knows where you end up. I do like when we have like some earlier streams in the day, and we kind of ride that raid train. You never know where you're going to end up, and you discover someone really cool that you may not have otherwise found on Twitch. I feel like I said Twitter just before. Don't know if I had Twitter on the brain. All right, purple. 2 not purples. Let's see how we go on this line. See where we can get with this build, or with this creation. We're not really building it, are we? Yes, that was purple, pink, purple, not so purple, really light purple, super duper light purple, dark purple, other purple. Did I tell you already of the Lego exhibition at the Chicago Science and Industry? No, I have not heard of that one. Light purple, light purple, light purple. Dark purple, 2 whites. Oh my. When is this taking place now? Do you have a link that I can check this out? That's kind of cool. I remember I went to an exhibition. Excuse me. Hello? Taco. El Taco Meat. What's going on, sir? How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you, Madam Thickness. Hello, madam. Good evening. Good to see you. Sam Shine, thank you very much for the shout out to El Taco Meat. Yes, wonderful to have you in here. What did you get up to? Doing a little gaming, little 7 days to die. Fantastic, wonderful. Have you in here. The Lego exhibition's incredible. Super, many mosaics and huge. And you mean huge. Huge. Yeah, Taco, thank you so much for bringing in the community. How are you doing this evening? Glad to have you joining us, Raiders. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And it is my pleasure to share the night sky with you as often as possible here in central Ontario. Unfortunately, right now, the clouds have won. In fact, winter is almost rolled back. Good man, too many jump scares for one night. Uh-oh. Do we both need to check our shorts after the stream? You may have had jump scares. We have had a few ghost peppers. So, but good to see. How is 7 Days to Die? I have not played that before. I think I had it in my wish list, either on Steam or on the Xbox Game Pass, but I never got into that one. Oh, it is the Art of the Brick. Actually, I have gone to Art of the Brick when it was in London. That is tremendous. Oh my gosh. I would imagine there's so much more that has been created. Fun. It's on sale on Steam for $7.50. Excellent. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, you took many pics. Awesome. Yes, I loved Art of the Brick. If you are cool to share, or if you have a link for where you have some images displayed, shared, I'd like to see them. I want to see if there's anything, see what's new in there. What has been created since, I think, when did I last see it? It's been, the better part of like 5 years since I saw the exhibition in London. Tell a lie. Like 6 maybe. It's been a while. Glad to have you in here, Raiders. We are working on our, like I said, it is a bit of the emergency crafting to try to complete this perler cap. But it is going a little slower than, actually for most people it is going about as expected for this creation. And you know what? Overall, it is still very, very relaxing, very enjoyable to build and make sure that we get all the colors in the right place. Yeah. There are a few posts. All right. Is this like a full size? Is that one of the ones that's like huge? Oh my goodness. Now this Van Gogh's Starry Night is set to be released as a Lego Ideas set, and a little more smaller scale. But I'm looking forward to getting that. And that one is, I'm counting that completely as a space-based set because it can be tracked of what Vincent van Gogh was painting, and it is believed that Venus was in that image of the time when it was, of the visible in the late evening. Starry Night does exist in another brand for non-Lego. That's awesome. That is so cool. I don't know. I'll have to keep an eye if it's going to be in, if it may be in Toronto anytime soon. You're 6 feet tall, and that thing is super taller than you. Awesome. That's so cool. Who doesn't love a good Lego set? Am I right? There is pretty much nothing you can't achieve with a Lego brick. That one is that's just so iconic. I love that. I think there was I can't remember, was there a set that you could buy, or was there a building instructions to make like a smaller scale? They did not have a dinosaur fossil, dinosaur skeleton when I went. Oh, is that that's the eye? Yeah. That's so cool. Oh my god, that's got to be that's huge. That's incredible. Blue, orange. Is that orange? Blue. No, not orange and red. Yeah, that is really that's incredible. Yeah, so thank you very much for sharing that. It's amazing to see what can be done on a supreme scale for Lego builds. Red, blue, purple, blue. Blue, that is it's a dark purple. And then a light blue. A baby blue, if you will. So that is light purple, 2 dark purples. Yeah, 2 dark purples, 2 black. But I will keep an eye out to see if there's going to be an Art of the Brick touring around Toronto. I don't imagine it's going to be anytime soon. It will definitely be a while before something like that is going to head north of the border. But we'll definitely keep the eye out for that. So what do we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 lines left to go, and that's definitely going to be one more run at that on Tuesday. But we will also incorporate a little bit of, or maybe I might kind of finish this off to like be in a position that we can start to iron it on Tuesday. Tweezers, they're working much better than I anticipated. I thought I was going to actually like abandon them, but it does work well for dropping them in, and especially if I found like going in this direction and just straight down has been a little more beneficial than trying just to gently drop them in. So, yes, a kudos to the designers of the Perler for adding these tweezers. Now, I don't need this little lunchbox for tomorrow, so that can stay. It's just a matter of where I'm going to put this one. Somewhere. Put it somewhere safe. Okay, so I've had my mini fridge unplugged for a little while now. Actually, the whole stream, to be fair. And I haven't heard anything disconnect. So that power surge that has come from when the compressor turns on and off, we aren't getting that anymore. So it seems to be the solution of just getting rid of this in the office. It's just, I haven't used it to its full potential. So at this point, it's been in here for quite a while. We'll reorganize the office a little bit, and maybe I can have another desk that I can use. Lego sign is bigger than you thought by what you see on the table. It is a fair size. How many, like, I don't have a banana at the moment. But, yeah, there's enough space for messages, but at the same time, sometimes it feels like there isn't enough space all the time. So, but this one is the same size as that one. That one is just oriented in 2x2, whereas this one is the 1x4, depending on what kind of message you want to have. You know this size, knowing the size of Legos and the. So we have a burgeoning Lego tree. Which hand doesn't have hot pepper on it? That's a good question. It seems that this one didn't have hot pepper on it. So that is that's good. We don't have any hot peppers to deal with. Brian KB Sky. Brian. Hello, Brian. Good evening. Just tuned in from CYQT Thunder Bay. Curious, what are you building? Assembling with the colored rings. Well, hello, Brian from Thunder Bay. How are you doing? Welcome. This is part of our Tuesday streams where we do some space-based artwork. These are Perlers. Also, you may have seen them in other forms. Oh, that's not it. There you go. Some other forms of kind of pixel-based art. So for our Tuesday streams, which shouldn't always spill over into our Fridays and Saturdays, but we'll be constructing some art if it be space or the nerdiness of comics that I enjoy so much. We'll be creating those. As a graphic designer, I do enjoy working with pixel art and in many shapes and sizes, many mediums. Be it with our perlers or with Lego or with some cross-stitching patterns. You like to try all sorts of mediums to create some artwork. I used to make tons of them. I want to make more. There are other ideas that I have that go beyond the ready-made patterns that I want to create. But I need to find out where I can find more beads and specific color sets that we can check things out. But what we're going to do right now, what we're going to continue on with, is I want to send you guys over to... Yeah, we're going to go say hello over to Science Streams. Balint and Lita are doing a... Well, they're down to 12 hours. I think they may have reached their 24-hour limit on this stream, but they are celebrating their 1,000 followers. And we will say hello to Balint and Lita, which there is the possibility where he may be eating some more mealworms and possibly getting a mealworm pizza. We shall see. Once the little beads are positioned, how do you keep them in place? They are, you get an iron with, you put a little bit of parchment paper on top, and you can melt it a little bit. Just enough that it all stays put, and then you have a nice flat little bit of artwork. Because these ones, what I found interesting was that they had the caps on them, so you didn't have the void in between. Cutest little adorable iron, you saw it on Amazon. Where did you send that link? The link that you'd send over had, or at least we had before. The link didn't quite work. Yes, I would like to go send some love. Send some love over to Balint. We said hello to them many times over, but to celebrate in this milestone that they have reached, I am happy to share the love over with them one more time. Introduce you to Balint and Lita, doing some wonderful work in the realm of biology with ants. And just, you want to know anything about ants, about their biology, their habits, go ask them, go check it out. And some wonderful artwork that is created. And they're having a hype time tonight, so we'd be happy to go over there, check them out, hang out there for a little while. But I thank you all for joining me tonight. For those who are subscribed, that is your raid message. For those who are not subscribed, I got you covered with the wonderful greeting from Carl Sagan. So we will be back in a little under, around 10 and a half hours from now for our Lazy Sunday Lego, continuing with the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. So let's get that. Jeez, they're everywhere. Not a Hobbit, thank you so much. Wonderful to see you in here. Also tomorrow, for those who will be in, we are going to be doing a giveaway. Because we reached a goal. We'll be doing a giveaway for the... Hello. For the Wolverine mech armor. So if you want to join us tomorrow, get in on the giveaway. You can have a chance to get in on that. But thank you so much for joining tonight. It has been my pleasure to share my love of astronomy, my love of art and crafting with you all tonight. We will see you tomorrow morning, but until then, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe and also build a little bit of Lego. Have a very good evening, very good morning, very good night. We'll see you soon.